We did receive a one-time top-up in 2021, but given the uncertainty from year to year, no increase or top-up has been projected over the next 5 years. Administration fees for the Water and Sewer Fund are based on 5% of the fees budgeted. The Strategic Community Investment Fund goes into general revenue to minimize taxation, and the 2022 budget is based on 2021 actuals with a 1% increase. Every 5 years, we complete an appraisal of all insured assets to control our premium costs, of which is to be incurred in 2022. And it would be good to mention that audit fees are split 50% to general funds, 25% allocated to sewer, and 25% to water. So the audit fees that you see here are just 50% of the total. So the Community Children's Centre operating budget highlights include an increase in the ECE wage enhancement from $2 to $4 per hour. And the amended staffing levels are to be presented in the next draft of the financial plan once we finalise those. And I just thought I would mention that the selection process continues for the Universal Childcare Prototype site selection. If we were to be selected, the impact on operating budget would be brought to the next special budget meeting. The operating budget for the Children's Centre remains largely the same as last presented. And I just thought I should note to Council that in 2021, the general surplus was used to offset the use of property taxation. So there's no capital projects currently planned for the Community Children's Centre. So we will move into the questions and comments section for the Financial Services Department.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to put it out there to Council again. Oh, there we go. Questions from Council? None? Looks like none. Okay, carry
Amazing.
on. Thank you.
So I will now pass over to Nikki Best in the Corporate Services Department.
Thank you, Ms. Porritt. Now my turn to share the screen. May I have a confirmation? That is exactly how it's supposed to be? Perfect. Okay, welcome everyone. This is Corporate Services. My name is Nikki Bess. I'm the Acting Manager of Corporate Services, and I'll be here for the next year. So I will be reviewing the department overview and responsibilities first. As many of you know, council committees and commissions are one of the main responsibilities of this department. We also manage and develop bylaws and policies throughout the organization. We are also responsible for the information records management, privacy and access to information, district communications and digital media. That's also including our website and social media, as well as an election and intergovernmental relations. We do have an election this year in October 15th, 2022, and then obviously the statutory duties of the district. So we can issue witnessing and documents, and any kind of legal matters that come to the organization go through the Corporate Services Department. Operating budget highlights include a council budget funded by taxation. We have a small grant every year for just under $2,000 for the community-to-community meetings. That's to partner with other local governments or First Nation governments in the area. We also have a council remuneration bylaw that's to be reviewed in summer 2022. That's a standard practice that happens once every year before a council election. So the previous year before council's elected, we have a committee that is struck by the Financial Services Department with former councillors to determine the remuneration for council for the next 4 years. We also have council expenses that fluctuate year to year based on elections. So you'll see in my upcoming slides that we have fluctuating numbers based on the election. And we also are going to add addition of council laptops and monthly tech support for the next council that is elected. That is because we are going to meet our legislative requirements for privacy, access to information, as well as provide more accessible means for council and elected officials to access and support our community members. We've also got the 2022 municipal election expenses on a separate budget. So looking at the budget overview for council, we have the standard council insurance expenses, indemnities, initiatives, grants, and expenses. I would like to point out that you'll see here in 2022 over to 2023 for council expenses, it goes from 81,000 to 70 to 51. So 2022, the first year, is a little higher because of the election, and then 2023, it is a little lower, and that is because of orientation and training and some potential restructuring or changes from council. And then we go back to a more standard rate at 2024, when then it gradually increases each year with CPI or inflation, and back to 2026 where it's 79. That's because that's another election year. The operating budget overview for elections. We do have election advertising. We have requirements that have to go into our public notice posting place in the newspaper. We do have wages and benefits where we usually hire our internally staff to operate and manage our election staff needs. We do have some needs for contractor wages, which is election information on websites, development of like our ballots and design of our voting structures and our forms. And we also have miscellaneous expenses, and that could be voting machines, technology needed, setting up and preparation in case we have another election under COVID regulations. The only project that we are proposing for 2022 is for the council chambers and office space upgrades. As many of you know, there are limited spaces for meetings to be held in Municipal Hall, and council chambers is very small. Right now with COVID regulations, we are only really able to have about 10 people in council chambers, which isn't really a great opportunity for the public to engage with council when we move back to in-person meetings. Therefore, with partnership and approval with the Clayoquot Sound Community Theatre Society, we would like to propose that council chambers move into the community theatre. This project will move council chambers in there for meetings, and then that will require some technology equipment upgrades. And the formal council chambers, though, as we know it today, will be modified to district staff workspace, co-working, and bookable meeting areas for council members, potentially community groups, and other staff meeting areas. And that's it. Very short and sweet. A lot of the information has not changed from the last presentation I provided, but I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
And once again, I'll open it up to council. Please. Okay, well, there you go. Councillor Steer.
Yeah, just a quick question. Thank you, Nikki. Appreciate it. With the on the upgrades to the new municipal building, as coming out of the new municipal buildings reserve, do you know approximately what we have in that reserve, and if the amount that you're requesting fits within that reserve amount?
Thank you, Councillor Steer. I will defer that question to our Director of Financial Services.
There she is. Yeah.
Yes, the balance in the balance in that reserve fund is just over 100,000. So the 80,000 will be covered.
Seeing no further questions, carry on.
I believe my responsibility is to introduce our next presenter, but I may want to suggest a recess or a break before we go to the next presentation if anyone would like that. But the next person to present is our Manager of Protective Services, Mr. Brent Baker.
With that, I will look to council. I can move a recess. Suggested time,
2 minutes.
5 minutes.
Fine.
Let's do 5.
Okay.
So that would put us at 10:56, I believe. 10:56. Remind everybody to turn off their once I see all the council here, we'll start. Chief Baker.
Sounds good.
It's kind of exciting. I like the I love seeing all the financials. See what the district's doing. It's great. There we go. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Carry on.
All right, sounds good. I will just take a moment, share my screen. Okay, Protective Services Department. So just a quick overview of the department responsibilities. Protective Services is broken down into two sectors. We have the Bylaw department, which looks after business licensing as well as bylaw education and enforcement. And then we have the Tofino Volunteer Fire Department, which is currently 30 members strong. We focus on ongoing training, fire inspections, and of course, the call response. And we'll start it with the bylaw department first here, and just go through some of the operating budget highlights. So I'm just going to. So we'll see in the line by line later the Care Network proposal, which was heard by Council on January 25th. To which Council committed financial support to meet the current needs of the animal control bylaw, while we take a more in-depth look at the community needs for 2023. We've got vehicle expenses, which do include the new vehicle addition, which I'll get into momentarily with the projects. And then we have the business license fee increases, which are now in the first step of a phased approach over the next couple of years. So for operating budget overview, starting out with the bylaw violations. So these numbers are forecasted fairly early on in the process, and they do have annual increases. However, the revenue can change slightly from year to year of what is actually coming in. Just as an example, 2021 finished at about $50,000. And the reason for that is we obviously don't have the control over when people pay their fines, and as well as how many tickets are actually issued throughout the year. So we do have a good guideline, but it can fluctuate a little bit. Licenses and permits. Also, this is a forecasted increase year to year as well. And the fees account for the larger increases from 2022 to 2023, and then smaller increments each year after, with the annual fee increase of 2%. For staffing and admin, the 2022 budget does include 2 reservists, and then for 2023, dropping back down to a single reservist for the following years. So we see that change as well. So getting into the projects for the bylaw department, we have bylaw uniforms and rebranding. So unfortunately, the department has run out of all the crests and patches that do go on each of the uniform pieces, conveniently timed with the rebranding of the municipality and the new logos. So as we're gearing up this year, we will be required to have all new crests for uniforms produced. So there's some costs associated with that. And then every few years, the department does need to replace the appropriate footwear that are required for the officers. And then we do also see extension of the enforcement season year after year. And so it's become very apparent that some more durable rainwear needs to be provided as well too. So for that project, we're looking at $4,100 for the 2022 season as well. The second project for the bylaw department is the logistics utility vehicle. So this project, again, beginning in 2022 for the purchase, if it's approved, the total budget request is $31,174. The cost of the vehicle itself, which is an electric all-terrain vehicle is $22,000, and then the annual operating costs $1,200, increasing as we add maintenance costs over the next 5 years. The uses for this vehicle are quite extensive and include the ability to collect and manage beach garbage, provide beach or wildland fire suppression if needed and outfitted, allow for rapid egress from evolving dangerous situations while officers are on duty. And as a recent example, during the tsunami activation earlier in the month, the RCMP were using their ATV on the beach to rapidly notify people of the ongoing situation. Currently, the bylaw department has limited access to the public works utility vehicle, which is also loud and potentially intrusive to beachgoers. So we're seeking another viable option. The electric off-road utility vehicle would provide a quieter service and the means to carry all the equipment needed throughout the shifts for those evening beach patrols. And I will pause for a moment if there are any questions regarding the bylaw expenses prior to moving on to the fire department.
I'll look to council. Councillor Steer.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Baker. I just had a quick, and it may just be my misinterpretation. In the budget highlights, it was the Care Network contract that was highlighted in there. Was it my understanding that it wasn't necessarily that the money that in the last meeting that we allocated wasn't specifically to Care, but was for the provision of that service? Is that correct, or what? I'm pretty sure we didn't award or to direct to a specific organization.
You're correct. Yeah. So the slides were created, and I think the timeline for changes was pretty much that night where we had that council meeting. So what council did support was the $10,000 for services on the West Coast. So it could be Care Network, could be other providers as well too. So thank you for asking for that clarification.
I have a question, Chief Baker, for the EV off-road EV vehicle 31,000. Is there and forgive me if for this, but is there an option of borrowing that money and then repaying it over 5 years? Does that have any incentive at all, or is it just Miss Atiana? I see you on the line there.
Yes, I can answer that. As part of balancing the financial plan, we may look to new addition of some of our fleet to come from equipment financing to minimize the tax increase or to minimize the tax impact in 1 year. So it is certainly something we're looking at. Currently, it's showing it's fully coming from taxation, but that is subject to change.
I do think it's a good idea to have that off-road EV. So thank you. Seeing no more questions, carry on, Chief Baker.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so shifting over to the fire department now. We're again going to start out with the operating budget highlights. So we do have fire protection revenue with contracts through Tofino First Nations. We have 2 specific contracts there, which we'll get into in just a moment. And then the volunteer practice and call-out indemnities were increased with Bylaw 1133, and that went before council also on January 25th, and those changes have been reflected accordingly. And then we've previously heard as well about the training facility zoning amendment and subdivision, and that's for the lot up at the end of Industrial Way. So for operating budget overview, there are currently 2 fire protection agreements that we have in place, both with Tofino First Nation. However, the specifics, one covers the area for Tyastanis and Esawista, and we have just begun the second 3-year term of this agreement. And the second is for the Tinwis Reserve lands. So that particular contract is under review right now so that we can take into account the container homes that have been built in the last couple of years, as well as review the need for the increase over the resort property itself, and then taking into consideration the new campground that is underway as well. So we hope to have those changes in place throughout this year. We have the indemnities, which refers to the call and practice rate increases, which was adopted by council. And so that was from the $15 per call out to the $20 call out. And then just general fire hall expenses as we go on throughout the years with ongoing maintenance and upkeep around the space. So a couple of projects with the fire department. First one being training equipment and storage. So this is for the 2022 calendar year, and it's for $36,800. With limited access to live fire training, it is critical to create simulations that require firefighters to act in a way that they would in real situations. Modern training props, such as smart dummies and propane fire systems, help to create realistic training opportunities for a wide variety of scenarios, including possible public education use. Also, the current fire hall has run out of space for proper storage of important equipment that will also prolong its life, and the container would be maintained at the training ground location on Industrial Way. So we are looking at the training dummies for just over $5,000, and then the hose line and extinguisher training prop. That is a propane fired simulator that allows you to actually extinguish fires either with fire extinguishers or hose lines. So it does have some practical public education possibilities as well. And the 20-foot storage container to house some of the equipment in general, which would be up Industrial Way. Fire suppression and rescue equipment. So again, for 2022, and this is in the amount of $28,900. Our current hydraulic equipment is overdue for replacement, and some of it is not designed for the materials of modern vehicles. Some cutting equipment was replaced with some used pieces or used equipment last year, and the pump and hose are scheduled for this year. They're the heart of the system, and the department will also be looking at upgrading other components piece by piece in the coming years. So our hydraulic pump for $17,000, as well as an electric fan for ventilation purposes for just over $7,000, and then high pressure lifting bags as well. And the need for those is to assist in vehicle extrication and reduce chances of firefighter injuries. And the last project for the fire department is retired equipment replacement, again for 2022, and this project is for $26,300. Helmets and balaclavas are critical pieces of the daily personal protective equipment that must be replaced. Helmets are the obvious safety equipment that help prevent head injury, but balaclavas protect from heat and also one of the highest causes of death for firefighters, which is cancer, often caused by deadly toxins being absorbed through the neck area. WorkSafe BC and the National Fire Protection Association requires that personal protective equipment be replaced prior to expiry dates. We're looking to retire and replace all of the existing helmets and the balaclavas. So for the helmets, total of $13,000 for 30 helmets. The balaclavas, they're only about $1,300. And then proper gear storage racks that allow for the flow of air throughout the equipment to maintain it dry and prolong its life as well. So that is all the projects for the fire department, and I will stop sharing my screen right now for any questions.
Councillor Anderson, and then Councillor Steer.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just wondering if we've explored any grant opportunities for some of the equipment. I'm just curious if staff knows of any grants. I don't know if ICBC might provide grants or is there anything out there, particularly around the, you know, the non-fire department work, the rescue work that we're doing?
There are relatively limited grant opportunities that do come around for the fire services. We applied for one last year for some wildland equipment to try and be a bit more prepared to support those potential needs. Unfortunately, we were declined on that one. We'll be seeking that one out again this year also. And then at the same time, there are some grants that can be available through our nonprofit society. So we do take the opportunity to go for those as well. This year will be our first year attempting those ones. And those would be aimed a bit more towards some of our training equipment and that type of material. So we do watch for it each year, but at the moment, we've not been successful for the opportunities provided.
Thank you.
Councillor Steer.
Thank you, Chief Baker. Just quickly, part of the training equipment that you had identified, that hopefully in the long term we will have a training facility that a lot of that equipment will mesh very nicely with that potential training facility. So I see it as a win-win. And then on the retired equipment, that you're legislated, you don't have a choice. So that's equipment that you have no choice but has to be retired. So that is a legislative requirement, I do believe. So once again, just thank you and a good deal on everything there. So more just a comment, and that is a confirmation that that is a legal requirement for the replacement. I know we have the same issue. So
yeah, that's absolutely correct. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Chief Baker. And I don't know if anybody's listening out there in the resident land, but it's also a great opportunity to donate to this fantastic community service. So I'm just going to throw that out there. Some people might want to, and we'd be more than happy to welcome public support for our emergency fire service.
Thank you so much. And if there is nothing further, I will turn things over to the Manager of Community Sustainability, Aaron Rodgers.
Thank you, Chief Baker. My presentation today will be about 35 minutes plus questions, so we should get you to noon and lunchtime right on time. Great. So today we're going to be discussing Community Sustainability Department. The department, which I think you are all familiar with, consists of planning development, which also includes building inspection, recreation, and emergency planning. To start off, we're going to talk about planning. Highlights of the budget in planning this year. One highlight is the fact that our development revenue is an estimate. So year to year, we have to make our best guess about what we think is going to happen within a year in terms of applications. And we do that by looking backwards a couple of years and then making sure that we're in touch with developers and builders and to give us our best guess on that. You won't see any significant increases in annual expenditures, or again, no significant increases. There'll be some increases and decreases throughout the year, and as it varies year to year. So I'll start in the 2022 column, and we'll go vertical to start. The development revenue we spoke about earlier is in the top line item. And then we move down to grants, donations, and contributions. In that line item, what we're seeing there is a fairly large grant coming into the department for the development approvals project. And then as we move down, we're seeing a $10,000 transfer from reserve, and that's in relation to the zoning bylaw that we're going to undertake this year. In terms of planning projects, we have a lot to do this year, and it's something that we'll discuss as we go through our project sheets in the sense of potentially moving some projects to 2023, which is different than what council has seen at our last presentation. So in terms of planning projects, we have a development approvals project, the Mckenzie Beach Creek project, which will be new to council, our OCP monitoring, which is something we do every couple of years, mobile population census, ortho photos, a zoning bylaw, and a tree bylaw. So we have a pretty busy year in the planning department. In 2023, we're seeing contributions of $150,000, and that's related to the Mckenzie Beach land use plan. And you can see that also follows through in the planning projects under 2023 for a project total of $300,000. Moving across our line by line, we can see, as we said earlier, that our revenue is pretty steady throughout the 5-year financial plan. We see again in our grants and donations, in 2025, those will be contributions from other partners for a mobile population census update. And we can see through our staffing, office, and admin line item that line item stays relatively steady throughout the length of this financial plan. In terms of planning projects, what you're seeing in the later years in 24 to 2026 is the district getting ready for an OCP in 2026. So in 2024, you're seeing an OCP and an ICSP update. In 2025, you're looking at housing needs assessments and the mobile population census, and then followed with an OCP as well in like a full review of the OCP in 2026. And those numbers are a little bit less than we might have seen in previous financial plans, as most of this work is intended to be taken care of in-house with district staff. So I'm going to move forward through now the project sheets, the individual project sheets. The first one that for discussion is the Mckenzie Beach Comprehensive Development Strategy. This is in essence an local area plan. It was introduced to council at our last meeting originally with a project timeline of 2022. Staff would like to move that forward to 2023. At this point, we haven't secured any funding, but it is hoped that that source would be from contributions from landowners and developments, and potentially from development contributions. So that is something that we'll work through over the next year and see where we get to. And I think council can expect an update on that for the 2023 budget year. This project is intended to allow the community to be proactive in the development based on the development pressures that's happening around Mckenzie Beach. So we have a lot of development questions and calls about that area, and we want to make sure that we can get ahead of that. So it is a big line item, but it's a pretty important piece to our community. And the local area plan that would basically come out of this would be used to update the 2023, maybe, but definitely the 2026 official community plan. The mobile population census is a new project that was introduced to council last meeting. This is intended to support the census data that we receive and allow us to develop more accurate planning around affordable housing, transportation, and tourism-related issues. It's also we also believe it would be quite helpful in determining infrastructure needs as well in terms of water and sewer delivery and distribution. This budget request is largely funded from contributions of our partners, which includes many of the regional governments and regional organizations, with 29% coming from District of Tofino taxpayers. The Integrated Community Sustainability Plan refresh, I mentioned this briefly in the line by line. This would occur in 2024, and this is a community vision type document. So it's something that gives us a roadmap or a mission statement for the community to help us develop other planning related bylaws like the official community plan, the zoning bylaw, and the subdivision development bylaw. The last time we did this was 2014, and prior to adopting or working through a new OCP, staff would like to take a look at that document and get it back to the community and ensure that the mission statements and the goals within that plan have been reviewed and updated. In 2025, we're going to undertake another housing needs assessment. It's a legislatively required report. that the province asks for. The intent is to support the development of affordable housing and supply challenges. At this time, the budget request is $15,000 and fully from taxation in 2025. This may change depending on whether the provincial government offers grants as they did on the last round, and whether this also might be a project that we can do in-house, and so this budget request could be reduced. As part of our 2021 Housing Needs Assessment Report, which Council can expect to see next week, staff were given training on how to do these updates, as well as provided with the tool from our consultants. And so there's a better than even chance that we'll be able to reduce this request once we get a little bit further into the financial plan, whether it be through granting or using our own internal forces. An update for the official community plan in 2026. It seems like just yesterday we were working on the 2021 community plan, but here we go again. This is a budget request of $20,000 in 2026, at this point fully from taxation. Again, we would look for other options for funding closer to the date of that plan. The Mckenzie Creek study is a new project for council. This would be a study that would review, analyze, and inspect the Mckenzie Creek from its headwaters in the area commonly known as Pools Land, through the Mckenzie Creek lowlands, over to Ocean Village, across the highway to the Live to Surf complex, Sharp Road, and then out to the inlet. This is a stream that is fish bearing. I was actually on site about 2 months ago with Sean Quick, who's the manager of public works for the Tloquit First Nation. And we walked the creek, and during our walk, which was I think late November, we happened upon spawning salmon, which is something I haven't seen before, and it was actually pretty exciting. And so what staff would like to do is basically get a baseline understanding of the stream now, because if we do see the development that the development pressures are realized in that area, that creek will end up being a drainage for a lot of that area, and we want to make, and then as well as there'll be impacts during development, and so we want to understand now what the current health is, what we can do to support that health in terms of mitigation or projects to rehabilitate that stream, as well as to update our riparian area bylaws for that area, so that as development does occur, we understand the stream as a whole, and we can repair pieces as we have the ability to do so. So that's a pretty exciting study for the planning department. And again, this is something that was not introduced at the previous meeting. The development approvals framework is a project that will happen this year and next. It is fully funded from grant. The intent of this is to update and modernize our development approvals process. The intent behind the grant funders and the intent behind our project is to support the development of affordable housing in a timely manner. And we'll be working with Urban Systems on this project. I think council is fairly familiar with this project, as we've had a couple of meetings and it was introduced at the previous council meetings. So that's a lot of talking. So what I'll do is I'll stop sharing and take any questions or comments.
Questions or comments? I see Councillor Steer and then Councillor Anderson, and I have a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Rodgers. Just a quick question, Aaron, around and I support moving the Mckenzie Beach development strategy out to the 2023, and I'm just curious, and I'm very excited about the Mckenzie Creek study. Know that creek very well, and spent many years working on it. But I'm curious, is there a potential for those two projects to be integrated in any way? And if that might be an opportunity, so the point of this is, would it could they be integrated together? And if and that being said, could that then push that time frame out to the 2023 time frame?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, for sure they can be pushed together and moved out to 2023. I'm not sure that, I guess what I'm concerned about is that we're seeing development occur without this plan already. And so we have development occurring on a number of properties in that area and more to come. And so the longer we wait, the less the more potential damage to that creek, and the less useful of a baseline that we're going to get. And so I think if you think about planning, land use, looking at the environment and natural features is a really good stable place to start from, and then build up plans from there. So we could conceivably move them together. It would be my recommendation not, and to proceed with the Mckenzie Creek study sooner rather than later. That being said, the $300,000 plan in 2023 could also be. I would rather push that an extra year if I had to than push the Mckenzie Creek into next year. And I should just also mention that is partially funded by a contribution from a developer, that project.
Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, I just need to be reminded what's driving the costs on the Mckenzie Beach Development Strategy Plan, because that's almost double what our total refresh on the OCP was a few years back. So it's a planning cost that's much higher than all the other planning, all the other plans that we've come up with.
Yeah, it's a great question. So the way that I determined the cost of the Mckenzie Beach Local Area Plan was to reach out to consultants that we've used in the past who are familiar with this type of information. So I reached out to a consultant who has expertise both in infrastructure planning and also in land use planning. So a larger firm that has an understanding of both those worlds, and talked about the pressures that we were facing in that area and what the scope of a plan that we would need to be able to get ahead of that. And that's how I came up with that $300,000 number, which obviously is a round number. It's an educated guess at this time. And the reason it's expensive or seems expensive is that we've never done it. So we, in land use planning, Tofino, make our best guesses a lot of times, and we allow development to happen to us, and we don't direct it. And this would be a bit of a turnaround, or a 180, so to speak, and get into a proactive mode where we would say, this is in this area, this is what we want to see in terms of our density. This is what we want to see in terms of where our roads are, how our water is laid out, where our sewer is, how we're going to protect the stream, the type of uses, and so that the developers that are wanting to develop in that area would look at that plan and have to adjust to us rather than us adjusting to them. So if we don't have an overall vision for this area, we would be looking at developing lot by lot, which is what's happening right now. And so the ability to get like a road that connects that part of the community as a secondary road, or the ability to develop a proper water distribution system, or protect a stream that goes through a dozen properties, becomes more and more difficult, and it is not as clear. So that's why it's expensive. It is something we haven't done before, so it's shocking. But when we get to the point of actually planning, that's kind of what we're starting to look at. An official community plan, you would hope at some point you could get to that level of details or OCP, but we're a little ways off from that. This would actually form, like, it would get adopted into the OCP as a local area plan, and so it would actually form that part. One of the difficulties I have right now with development in that area is in our OCP, we don't really look to develop that area that much. We're looking more for development to the north of Industrial Way, which is what we said in our OCP. But that's not the calls I'm getting. I'm getting calls for OCP amendments in the Mckenzie Beach area, and I want to be able to, fall back on information. And if the pressures are too great, or the development is too attractive to the community, I want to make sure it's done in such a way that it's in our best interest.
And a follow-up to that is when the interior lands on Chesterman Beach were developed, the developer I don't know if they voluntarily came forward with a local area plan or if we required it, but they had to fund that and develop the local area plan and bring it to back to the district for council to look at and approve. Is there any opportunity in this case to do that? I mean, before that was one owner, we're looking at several owners now. Or is there any opportunity to get the developers to contribute to that plan at the time of development, sort of a latecomer fee to that contribution?
Yeah, great question. As you mentioned, that was one developer, and that was a little bit of an easier conversation. But we definitely could, and the intent, currently in the budget, it shows it as all funded from contributions at this point, and so our intent would be to work with the developers in the area, either through development or through another fashion, such as latecomers, to help fund that. Part of the problem with latecomers is that we have to fund it now, and so we have to put in a budget now rather than when we may get a latecomers payment. And it wouldn't be us that would be getting; it would be a future developer would be paying another future developer those funds. So it would be and latecomers may not work in the sense that it covers a number of different roads and areas. It's a big plan with lots of different owners. And so our hope would be for contributions. It may be something that's potentially be able to be funded out of our C&I levy or our DCC DCC funds. I'd have to talk to the director of the financial services about that. But it would be a good portion, that at least half is going to be planning future infrastructure, so roads, water, sewer, drainage, and I'm not sure, but I have an idea, a thought that some of that may be funded from some of our other reserve accounts.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I do have a comment and then a question. My first comment would be I'm quite excited about the Mckenzie Beach or Mckenzie Creek studies, and I concur with you there, Mr. Rodgers, that I'd like to see that done sooner than later, noting the salmon bearing stream, etc. I have a question about maybe this is one for you or for Ms. Atiana, but in the planning and development revenue sources, is there a built-in mechanism to compensate for inflationary increases yearly, or is it static and then we have to sort of go and review that every couple of years? Is that like we did sort of through the bylaw?
Great question. We actually amended the bylaw last year to conclude an inflationary cost of 2% per year over a 3-year period. So we're in year 2 of that. And so as of January 1, our rates went up automatically in the planning development applications, and then they'll go up again next year, and then we'll have to update the bylaw to continue that on.
Thanks for that reminder. Excellent. If there's no further questions, you can carry on.
Great. Our next section is building inspection. The highlights of this department are that we're reducing our contract revenue as our building inspector comes back to Tofino full-time after working in Ucluelet part-time for the last number of years. Ucluelet has actually hired a building inspector now who our building inspector is mentoring, which means that Nicholas is in Ucluelet one day a week, helping out with their program. Something of interest, maybe to be of council, will be that staff are proposing, or not suppose, let me start this all over again. In the summer, staff will open up our current MOU with the District of Ucluelet, which allows for the building inspector to work in Ucluelet, and we hope to adjust that memorandum of understanding to allow support for both communities. So, for example, if the building inspector in Ucluelet is on holiday for a week or is ill for a week, we'd be able to cover some of those tasks, and vice versa. And then what that would do, it would actually speed up and improve our development timelines, because as it happens now, if someone goes away for a holiday for 2 weeks, there's nobody to cover that, and we do our best we can with pictures and prior notice, but it's not perfect. So that's something we're excited about. And then the other highlight is that we think our building permit's going to increase in 2022 due to two very awkward placement of words, due to two Part 3 building projects. Those are larger, could be commercial or multifamily buildings that we think may start developing next year. So in terms of line by line, we can see contract revenue declining and then disappearing in 2024. This may, depending on how fast the UCLUIT building inspector can come up to speed, this we may only see this in 2022, and then in 2023 that revenue may disappear as well. Our building permit revenue is fairly steady through the 5 years. This is always a conservative estimate. For example, last year at the end of November, we had already brought in $138,000 in building revenue, which is something that Ms. Tatiana noted in her presentation. It was a busy year for construction, not just in Tofino, but in UCLUIT as well. I believe they had a record year in UCLUIT. Our staffing and admin costs stay the same, or generally stay steady for the 5-year plan. And then we can see in 2022 to 2023 a reduction in fees paid for our consultants, and that would reflect our building inspector receiving a higher level of certification for building inspection. And then you can see our net from property taxation across the board there is relatively stable, subject to the revenue from UCLUIT not coming in 2024 to 2026. That's building inspection. I'll stop sharing and see if anybody has any questions.
Any questions from council? No, I don't see any. I think it's just one quick comment that it seems like this would be an area that I could see. I don't know if it should be, but could be carried by revenue rather than taxation. It seems to me that if it's building and construction related, that it could be carried, but that's just my comment. Ms. Tatiana.
Thank you. One thing I wanted to mention is, as we work on balancing the financial plan, we go back to the previous year and we have a look and see where fees landed. And then we typically take an average of anywhere from, just take the previous years or a 3-year average, depending on the type of fee. So I expect that more or less this service area is going to be, it'll be balanced within itself, and we shouldn't see any draw from taxation.
Thank you for that. That seems to make sense. I see no further questions. Carry on, Mr. Rodgers.
Great. Moving into recreation. Our highlights in recreation are that we get new tires on the van every 5 years. We also will see higher consulting fees in 2022 to 23, which is related to our recreation strategic plan, which is the sibling document to the parks strategic plan. This is a project that I will discuss at greater length through the project sheet part of the presentation, but it's a project that I'm hoping to shift from 2022 to 2023 forward at least 1 year. You'll see in the budget line items that we have a variety of grants from year to year. A lot of time we don't know when those grants are exactly going to drop or what they're going to be. So the details are better the nearer to the beginning of the financial plan we find ourselves. We've included the indoor recreation facility design 2022 and construction project in this presentation. These are two projects that, although we've talked about, council will have not seen yet. And so moving the recreation strategic plan forward a year relates to the indoor recreation facility design, but I will get into that as we go through those slides. So in 2022, we see a large transfer from reserves that would be coming from the remainder of the new municipal building reserve and the amenity reserve, and that would be in support of the design of the indoor recreation facility. So I'm gonna get my notes out for the rest of this. We have some grants coming in. So these are our smaller grants for summer students and youth grants, bike week, that sort of thing. We have our staffing, office and admin staying relatively stable throughout the 5-year plan. In 2022, we can see that we're getting our new tires, and we can then look at across and see that our project gym expenses stay relatively stable throughout the 5-year plan. So in 2022, when we get down to project expenses, the $240,000 is the indoor recreation facility design. That design would be partially funded from reserve and the remainder from taxation. And what I would like to discuss as we go through these slides is shifting at least 2 projects, at least 1 year forward, to free up some more funds so that we can get so that there's a lesser impact to taxation and that we can get this project moving. But before I do that, I will go over some of the smaller projects. We have our community hall foyer upgrade. This is basically the purchase of a desk, some storage, printer, and a plant to be permanently located at the community hall. This allows us to expand our programs, both in terms of the programs themselves, but in terms of time and days. This is a project that will be fully funded from taxation, and something I believe our staff are pretty excited about. Right now, they're operating out of a folding table. The recreation strategic plan I mentioned briefly at the beginning. This is a project that I would like to propose be moved to 2023, 2024. The intent of the strategic plan is to chart us a course forward for the next 10 years in partnership with the parks plan. It's fully funded from taxation at this point. If we move forward with the design of the indoor recreation facility, that's going to take up a lot of time within our department, and so not just in terms of funding, but also in terms of staff resources, it would make more sense to move this forward. I'd also mention that in our previous recreation plan, one of the big outstanding items that we haven't completed is the development of an indoor facility, and it may be that we can just complete that task before we start moving on to the next plan, and that if we're serious about building this and we get the granting opportunities, that perhaps a strategic plan developed based off of a new facility would be a good idea. The community hall upgrades. This is another project that I would like to shift forward at least a year and potentially remove it from the budget in 2023, 2024, subject to the development of an indoor recreation facility. So these hall upgrades, are required to improve the hall and to maintain its usefulness, to expand some spaces. But if we develop an indoor recreation facility, some of this may not be necessary. The first and largest of these items on this project sheet is the Hydra upgrades that we had scheduled last year and then rescheduled for this year. This is a $30,000 budget item that can't happen until, well, it can happen, but it won't be turned on until BC Hydra has upgraded the rest of Tofino, which I believe is late or sometime in 2023. And so this is a project that could easily be shifted one more year. In combination with the previous slide, that we're looking at about $70,000 that we'd be moving forward, again, to try to reduce the burden of taxation because of the indoor recreation facility. Something else to consider in moving this forward is that if we're successful, if we develop an indoor recreation facility, upgrades to the hydro for that area may be able to be covered, most likely will be able to be covered under that project, which means we'd receive grant funding for all these items, especially the $30,000. It would also then, if we were moving forward on a project, we may not need external trailers or external storage or portable trailers because we have a new building. So I think for a number of reasons, it would make sense to push this one extra year. The community hall covered patio is in a similar is a similar discussion. This was proposed for next year in 2023. Again, if we're developing an indoor recreation facility, there is provision for a covered patio area that actually connects to two buildings, which would make this project unnecessary. And so waiting 1 year, which we are till 2023, but potentially pushing it to 2024 may benefit, may support reducing the amount of taxation burden that we're placing on the community. Community hall kitchen upgrades. These are not proposed till 2024, 2026. We've seen this project for a number of years now. This is something that can't really happen until we have hydro, especially in terms of the commercial grade exhaust fan, but also because of the dishwasher. At this point, we're fully funded by taxation, but staff have recently started to explore other ideas. So can we program that space now and use those programming fees to support the purchase of some small equipment to improve the space? And so that's something that we'll be looking at for the next recreation guide, and something we're a little bit excited about because it may mean we can improve that space as we go rather than waiting until 2024 to 2026. School gym equipment. This is a new project that council won't have seen yet. It is over 5 years. It's $1,000 a year to be used in the purchase of equipment for the school gym. And the intent of this purchase equipment would be use for district programs and programs that we're partnering with the school on, as well as for use by the children, the youth and children at the school. It's fully funded from taxation. Staff view this as an important project in developing a relationship with the new principal of the school and with the new superintendent in the spring for a school division for SD 70. And currently, this would be in addition to the our current funding of the position on the evenings for the school supervisor. Which brings me to the indoor recreation facility design. So we split this project up into split the larger project into two smaller projects. So the first would be the design, which we've discussed at council. We would like to do this next year. We would like to fund it partially from reserves and partially from taxation. I think we all are familiar with the facility itself. I think it's really important to put some resources behind this project and to get it moving, especially as we will be applying for a grant hopefully later this year. And finally, the construction of the recreation facility. You can see here that the timeline is pending, the budget request is pending, how we're going to pay for it is also to be determined. What we're tentatively looking at is the construction project between 2024 and 2026, and that timeline is based on the Green and Inclusive Buildings grant program from the federal government. The end date for a completion of that project is 2026, which means we'd probably have to start in 2024 at the latest to build something. That's what we're looking at this time as the design goes through. As we develop a design and as we apply for grants, this will be updated, but wanted to make sure that it was on council's radar at the beginning of this financial plan. And that's it for recreation. That's a lot there.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to council for questions. I do have one. Councillor McMaster, and then Councillor Steer.
Aaron, if the multiplex actually did go ahead, Do you see that influencing any of the timelines for your recreation centre plans?
I think it would be something that we'd have to look at for sure. It would depend on what actually was built out there and its timeline. So if I think it would cause us to pause and reassess. I don't know if it would affect our timeline or not. A lot of that would come down to whether we decide to pursue the grant option or whether we decide to fully fund this from taxation and get it done. So it'd be kind of come down to a council decision on our approach to it rather than try to react to what's happening there. That being said, if we receive something like a pool rather than a rink, it may be something that the community is okay with, and perhaps we can put aside the gym for now.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Steer.
Thank you, Mr. Rodgers. Just a question, Aaron, on the design work that we've already completed, and I believe we had a Class B estimate for that original work. How would this new design information integrate with the work that's already been done?
Thanks for the question. The intent, so we have a Class C level of design right now, and the intent would be to work with our existing contractors who we have under contract to complete that design. And so what happens at this stage is you go from C to B is you get a lot more details. So shop drawings, electrical diagrams, architecture, it starts to become become real. We have done a lot of that work obviously through the Part C, and we have like the engineering partners and electrical partners and the plumbing partners are all still there. It would just be refining that design, and what it would give us would be, what is referred to as a shelf-ready design. So it's something that, is it, and in that design work, you're also updating your costing so that when you go to a funder, or if you're developing it yourself, you have a pretty clear idea of what that cost is because you've designed so far down.
And I do have a follow-up, Mayor Locke. That's okay. The other question, and this is just in general conversation with the provincial government, some of the representatives we're familiar with, in terms of the granting environment that we see moving forward with the sort of the obligations through the pandemic and some of the infrastructure spending that's already been put out there. And this is just an asking of your take on what you feel the granting environment will be moving forward for these particular types of infrastructure projects.
I don't know that I have the information to answer that question. Actually, I'm not sure if Ms. Atienne or Mr. McPherson have heard anything from the province. I know I haven't heard anything about granting the granting world out there.
What we're hearing at this point is there's no immediate effect on grant programs because of caused by the many impacts on the provincial budget. I have to feel that one, we've been in a very positive granting environment for 5 or 6 years now, and with all the other costs that the province is facing from the pandemic and from fires and floods, my gut is telling me that there's at least going to be a pause in the granting programs that we're seeing, or a bit of a slowdown. But that's just my gut. In conversations with that CAOs have had with the assistant deputy minister, we're being told that programs are still very much alive and there's money in them.
Thank you.
I just have a comment. I'm very happy to see the recreation facility prioritized, and so in that vein, I agree with moving many of these projects forward into future years. I'm also excited to see that there might be some other funding opportunities for some of the upgrades. It does seem to me, just a comment, that $1,000 a year for helping out the school with their gym equipment seems a bit low. It's probably the last thing you'll ever hear at a budget meeting, but I do think there's a priority, at least in my mind, to work with the school, and that does seem a bit low. And Anyway, that's just what I wanted to comment on, and yeah, I'll leave my other comments there. But I do think also one more comment on the recreation facility. I think it's extremely important for community health. We've heard it very loud and clear. And grants or no grants, I think maybe there's other opportunities we can look for other sources of revenue rather than even waiting on grants. So that's my comment.
Maybe I can just provide a little bit of background. The $1,000 fund I thought was low as well, but actually comes from the school itself and from the Community Schools Society coordinator. So we reached out and said, hey, what can we do to support the programs that are happening and support the school? And they said, well, we need equipment. And we said, well, how, what's your rough estimate? And they said $1,000. So that's something we could revisit on a yearly basis, and maybe the beginning of a larger conversation about an MOU and one more school use. So that's where we're hoping to take that. And then in terms of other types of funding for the indoor recreation facility, IO Council report, which I hope to get to Council sometime in March, just starts to explore what that might look like if we didn't have a grant funding for the project. So that's something that IO Council and hopefully we early to late spring.
Thank you, Mr. Rodgers. Carry on, please.
Last one. Oh, I have 2 minutes to go. I can do this fast. Okay, emergency planning. The highlights. We are going to potentially develop a $5 million vertical evacuation tower on Chesterman Beach. It's a pretty big highlight. If we go vertically to this time, 2022, we can see that $5 million coming in for the development of a vertical evacuation tower, potentially at Chesterman Beach. I'll go into a little bit more detail when we hit the project slide, but it's more than likely that this project will move forward into 2023 and potentially even 2024, but we wanted to make sure that we got it into the financial plan. This would be a project fully funded from contributions and grants. We're undertaking a number of other projects in 2022. That represents the EP projects 48,900. That would include sat phones, a new sat phone, Starlink internet, tsunami beacons, and our siren audibility project, which I will discuss further. We can see in 2023 under projects, we're looking at evacuation signage and training. In 2024, updating our tsunami risk mitigation plan, our coastal flooding review. That would also continue into 2025. If we look along the top at emergency planning revenue in 2024, that $40,000 is a transfer from reserves, I believe, and it would be for the development of our next Tsunami Siren 5 location TBD. Our first project today is Tsunami Siren Audibility Review. This would be a project where we would test our sirens and see who and how far we can, who can hear them, where those people are located, and help us develop a overall plan so that we can determine whether we need any more sirens, and if we do need sirens, where do those go? And that this would connect directly into our development of Tsunami Siren 5 if needed. Our vertical evacuation project is a project, again, funded through donations and grants. It would be located in an area of the community where there is reduced ability to evacuate quickly in the likelihood of a near-shore tsunami. We have other areas of the community, such as Mckenzie Beach, where you can actually, by road and walking, reach a high ground quite quickly. In the Chesterman Beach area, we don't have a lot of high ground, and so this would be something to support the residents and the visitors to that area. In 2022, we'd like to update our emergency program strategic plan, and this is a plan that gives us outlines our priorities for the plan for the program over the next 5 years to make sure that we're aligned with the council strategic plan, and the community in terms of what they expect from their emergency program. Tsunami Siren 5, as mentioned, is planned for 2024. We would go through our usual process, which is at this point reviewing our old map from 2006, determine where the best location is. Again, this will be updated based on the tsunami siren audibility review previously mentioned. And that's it. Questions or comments? 12:01. Nicely done.
Questions or comments from council? I have one comment. I'm in full support of this. I think it's money well spent.
Great. Well, thank you so much.
Thanks.
I guess I'm just going to present the manager of public space, culture and visitor initiatives, even though we're not going to do it because I can never say that, but I practiced it. And so I'd like to introduce April Vermont, the manager of public spaces, culture and visitor initiatives after lunch.
Thanks, Aaron.
Excellent. Okay, well then I think it's time to recess for lunch. Do we have a Miss Best? Do we have a agenda, a timeline?
Thank you, Mayor Law. I have been notified that we have 45 to 1 hour available because we are on time today. So at council's discretion, 45 minutes or 1 hour.
I'll say 1 hour. Council, unless council disagrees. I see nobody disagreeing. So we'll meet back here. How about we meet back here exactly at 1 o'clock?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's 1 o'clock. If we have everyone present, then we can reconvene, and Ms. Fremont, you can take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Law. I'm just going to take a moment and share my screen.
You're on mute, though, I think.
I'm on mute?
No, I can hear you.
Might have been my
Okay.
computer, actually.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Okay, great. And if everything's working correctly, you should be looking at the presentation screen. Great. Good afternoon. I'm going to present Public Spaces, Cultural and Visitor Initiatives. Council will be familiar with the makeup of this department, but just to highlight, it's Parks, Trails, Public Space Development and Maintenance, visitor-related capital projects specifically related to the RMI program, planning and development of visitor-related programs, services, events, filming on location, etc., cultural programs and projects, including public art, and of course, a big part of the department is focused on the Resort Municipality Initiative projects. Some of the highlights I'll go through are related to Monks Point Park. I'll go into more detail on that on the next slide, and Parks and Trails projects funded by taxation, as well as this year we are expecting to develop a new resort development strategy to take us from the end of the current term, which ends this March, the province's fiscal, and we don't know the length of the term. We are encouraged that the program will continue, but we do not have details and don't expect to have those for another few weeks. Monks Point Park is funded by taxation. The costs there are somewhat offset by the caretaker cottage rental revenue. In 2022, we are budgeting once again for a consulting contract to help Tofino and Tofino continue the planning process that was somewhat stalled over the past 18 to 24 months due to COVID and other competing priorities that both communities were having to look at instead of this project. Parks maintenance and improvements, those are fairly consistent throughout the years. There is a bump here in the parks consulting and contracts, and that's related to the development of the strategic plan around that goes with the recreation facilities plan that was proposed in Mr. Rodgers' department. 2022, the free shuttle, this is proposed to continue. This is funded almost entirely through RMI. We do receive a small contribution from Tourism Tofino for the promotion of the program, and they work very closely with us on that. The transit season is expected to be similar, sort of end of June to mid-September, as it has been in the past. Well, this past year, we did not run the service in 2020 due to COVID. Village Green improvements. This project was originally budgeted to start at the tail end of 2021. It is now completely happening in 2022. In fact, the surveyors are on site this week to get the ball rolling for the design of these improvements, which will focus on improved pedestrian connectivity from Neil Street and will align with some public works projects that are happening along that section of Neil as well to improve access to the park, replace fencing, just general updating of the some of the infrastructure that is there in the two sport courts. And this aligns nicely with the skate park improvement projects that were recently completed. MUP redevelopment and sustainable transportation node. Council has heard about this project before. This is for the redevelopment of the multi-use path from Olson Road to Gibson Street, where it's currently a no man's land of asphalt shoulder on Highway 4 and has been increasingly busy over the past few years. And there's a number of driveways and challenges there. So this has definitely been identified as a priority for investment. The district was able to receive in 2021 an $800,000 grant for the design and construction of this project. We are adding a small amount of RMI to the project to cover expenses that are not able to be funded by the grant because they're just simply not eligible under the grant, but otherwise this is entirely grant funded. We are still working aggressively towards a spring construction window, and staff has been meeting with property owners along the stretch. We have met with Ministry of Highways and Transportation, and they're very supportive of the project, and they're aware of the issues in this area. And we are waiting on our permit, final review and permit from MOTI at this point. MUP rehabilitation. So the district has been aggressively improving, widening, getting the bumps out of the multi-use path over the past few years. And we've done a significant stretch, I would say, each year, focusing on the worst sections. And right now the worst section is Hotel's Edge to Tree Frog Lane. And it is quite a long stretch, and it's some twists and turns and hydro poles that may need to be moved and that sort of thing. So at this point, we are still proposing to just do half of that section in 2022, depending on what happens with the RMI program. If more funds become available, it's possible that there may be more funding that could be allocated to this project, but at this point, we're just proposing to do the first half of that stretch. Tofino Theatre venue improvement. This is a project that's substantially led by the Clayoquot Sound Community Theatre Society, and they have been successful with a grant, a sizable grant from BC Arts for theatre improvements. They have been undertaking a local fundraising campaign, which has so far been quite successful, and they're applying for further grant funding. And this is a small amount of RMI funding that is proposed to be allocated to this project to support the sort of visitor-facing aspects of the theater, as it's a venue that people do attend quite frequently, including visitors. Campbell Street Phase 3, this is a very large project. It would be the sixth downtown vitalization project and the third phase of improvement on Campbell Street. The design is 100% complete. That was all funded by grant. And we are still trying to assemble full funding for this project to go ahead. Right now, it's a significant amount of RMI, but we are looking for other funding sources as well. So this project does not look like it will happen in 2022. It has been pushed to 2023. And again, it may be phased in order to work with funding that the district has. Parks and Trails Strategic Plan. This, in my budget slide, is still proposed for 2022-2023, although Mr. Rodgers did allude to potentially moving some things around to prioritize other projects this year. Those two plans are intended to be done in conjunction because, of course, parks and facilities and recreation are also closely linked. So at this point, this is proposed for the end of 2022, leading into 2023, and it is 100% taxation. MUP rehab future years. So this is just a peek into the next couple of years or next 3 years of MUP rehabilitation. And the great news is we're almost done. A lot of improvements have been made over the past several years. Some of these distant sections, for example, near the visitor center, are in better repair than some of the older sections. So it's possible that we may be able to take a pause at some point, but for the time being, this is we're continuing on schedule with redeveloping the multi-use path to the current now 4-meter wide standard, which is the provincial standard for MUPs. And that is all funded through RMI funding. Fox Bay South multi washrooms. So this project was supposed to begin in 2021. We took the project to tender with a completed design based on the budget that we had developed and the design that we worked with our consulting engineers on. We had very little interest in the tender. We had one submission that was almost 4 times this amount. So this speaks somewhat to what Ms. Tiana mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, is that the construction prices that we're seeing back in the market are very, very high. There is a lot of risk for contractors, supply chain, cost escalation challenges. So we are back to the drawing board a couple of times now on this project, and staff is looking at ways to reduce scope, alternatives, modular solutions. So we're continuing to work towards installing a washroom this year, but certainly are having some challenges, and certainly keep council posted, and will likely be back for potentially some more funding for this project, which again could substantially be RMI, but more info will come soon. And that concludes my presentation. Any questions or comments? I'll stop sharing my screen.
Just wait to see your screen.
Sorry, I'm trying to find the
It's
button here.
okay. It's all good. I can just open it up to council. I don't hear councillors crashing down the door here to ask questions, but
I do have one, Mayor Law, but I'll wait maybe till the screen is sorted.
there we go.
There we go. Thank you. Someone saved me, I think, for myself. Go ahead, councillors.
Great. Thank you, April. These are always my favorite ones to go. I just a quick question on the shuttle. Is there, because of the popularity often, is there room for expansion of those timeframes, maybe moving into the future? I know there's costs associated with that, but is that something that you've looked at? I know as our shoulder seasons are getting more popular, and with the transit service coming to Tofino, it's now been delayed, and you'll hear an update on that. But if there's linkages with that and the possibility to extend those coverage areas for the shuttle.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I mean, we do see this service as quite distinct from the regional transit service that, as you said, it looks like it has been delayed somewhat, which I'm sure we'll talk more about soon. But this is a Tofino specific service. It's a more frequent service, and it's just within the district. We do find our ridership does drop off fairly significantly after the Labor Day weekend, and we have scaled back in the past to a lighter schedule, not starting as early in the morning and as late in the evening for those couple of weeks in September where we operate the service. Certainly, it would be lovely to extend the service and have it available much more often, but it does come at quite a high cost. So just trying to work within the funds that we have right now.
Question from Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, just a comment. I'm really thrilled to see the grant for the upgrade between Olsen and Gibson. That's really needed, and it's really significant funding. That's great. My question was just if we're continuing with the electric shuttle service, because that's great if we are.
Thank you for the question. Yes, we hope to continue with the electric shuttle. The shuttle was a pilot project last year. It was a fair bit of rigmarole, if you will, to get off the ground in terms of making sure that the required charging infrastructure was in place. Thanks to our Director of Infrastructure and his staff, we were able to make that happen. We have requested that we have access to that bus again, but it's a contract through the contractor, a subcontract to the contractor, if you will. So we're trying to confirm that we will have that again this year.
Okay, that's great. It's just made such a difference to certain neighborhoods where it's been quite noisy before. So thanks.
Wow, lots of bus comments. I have a comment about the bus, but first I'd just like to say, I mean, the community council staff should all be very excited about how much this program is helping our community in multiple ways. Comment about the bus. I know there's been interest from TFN for extending that service out to TFN morning and evening, perhaps for a run. And also, I was thinking, perhaps the Parks Pacific Rim Park Reserve would be maybe interested in something like that. And I'm wondering if maybe this isn't the time to chat about it, but if there was a discussion that could take place at least, so perhaps both of those entities could understand costs, and maybe we could look at ways of finding some way to cover those costs without going too much farther into RMI.
Thank you. Yeah, that's certainly a conversation we can continue to have. It has come up before, but yeah, I think we keep talking about it. Any other questions?
I see none.
I see none. With that, I will pass it on to the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works, Fraser Work. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thanks to April for the intro. I'll just share my screen and jump into my slide deck here. And that should be in presentation mode. Hopefully that's what you all see. Thumbs up from the mayor. Thanks very much, Mayor. I've got a schwack load of slides to run council through, as is normally the case with the infrastructure and public works divisions. But before I get too far down, I would like to just sort of give a highlight of what the budget really aims to reflect for 2022. And it's really about trying to complete and finish off a bunch of the works that were started in 2021, align ourselves for the construction start of the wastewater treatment plant, and make sure that we have sufficient resources to support that major capital project, and to continue our focus on delivering core services and improving our asset management practices and portfolio so that we're able to better plan for the future. I'll take council through the sort of standard segments of the presentation, which include, of course, public works portfolio, followed by water and sewer, and we'll end on the wastewater treatment plant, noting that there will be time in the coming weeks to have roll up our sleeves dedicated council report discussions on some of the bigger files that council is due to receive updates on, to support decision making in a level of detail and potential level of discussion that would maybe go a little bit deeper than today. And I'll talk about those on those different slides. And there will of course be time for questions. So I've got about 50 or so slides here. So I'm going to move pretty fast with the hope and intent, of course, that council we can go back and revisit certain slides and certain issues as required to dive a little bit deeper wherever necessary. So highlighted here on this slide is sort of the scope of duties and responsibilities within the engineering and public works service delivery areas. Many of these are independent in the engineering or the public works divisions, and some, like transportation systems and climate action planning and various other areas, are shared responsibilities in partnership and coordination with different departments. That list is fairly self-explanatory, and I think we see forced growth and expansion in lots of these areas to provide services as the town grows, as well as circumstances and challenges change with either aging infrastructure or new climate forcings and pressure. We also see increased focus on operations and maintenance throughout the budget to support some higher maintenance needs that's associated with aging equipment or aging systems, as well as some renewed investments to get clear backlogs of maintenance and make sure that our systems are performing as required to support the community. The first one in the public works set of slides was a real kind of set of highlight slides on the pay parking program and the intention to present and propose some expansions into the downtown for 2022. As council has been briefed before, of course, the intent of the pay parking program was to really increase the level of formality, organization, and coherence of the overall parking system so that it delivers a set of improved services with improved safety and performance. We all knew that ad hoc and informal parking patterns were sometimes contradictory to safety standards, as well as the health and well-being of community as far as convenience, aesthetics, and also were hard on the infrastructure with sloughing and failing ditches, et cetera, et cetera. So the focus on providing a higher level of service through the pay parking program has delivered on some of those expectations already through the beach parking lots, and has now created an important source of revenue for the district, which we'll talk about here in one of my slides. The highlights here for 2022 really do focus on a continued enhancement of the beach pay parking infrastructure, which includes the additions of a pay station at the Middle Chesterman area, as well as the completion of some of the works planned for and begun in 2021, notably including the timber shelters that will go over the pay stations that will look and feel similar to our bus shelters or the parks pay station shelters, and some improvements around the infrastructure around the parking lots themselves. The current pitch or proposal from staff was to introduce pay parking for Campbell Street and the cross streets of 1st to 4th between Main and Neil Street, which is the most busy and highest demand parking areas of the downtown through that summer period or that seasonal peak that we've defined as May 1st to October 1st. These, we continue to make the improvements to the beach parking lot system. And I would like to highlight, of course, that the expansion of pay parking into the downtown would require resources that the district currently does not have. The parking project really requires a significant set of advanced planning and engagement with stakeholders. And we noted in our previous budget conversations in 2021 that the engagement with business owners and different stakeholders in the downtown is different and very important to make sure that a system like this could be delivered in a successful fashion, and we could continue to build positive momentum in this program area, similar to what we've enjoyed thus far. That requires dedicated resources to make sure that the communications and the engagement and the technical discussions that are required at the parking configuration and dimensional sort of considerations are very well discussed, and we don't currently have resources for this, so we may have to dig a little bit deeper into the timings for this program being 2022 or being delayed depending on council and discussions about overall staffing levels in the organization. Council, if I could draw your eyes to the parking revenues and some of the areas of highlight here. Our estimates for parking revenues are being refined again now with our December numbers, and at our next budget meeting, we'll have another iteration or an improved set of numbers to share with you. But these estimates were based on the best knowledge that we have in late 2021 about what we would expect or estimate us to continue earning in the beaches and possibly earn within the downtown streets. And we also have configured this to separate out the muni lots as a separate system. So this becomes a 3 set of pay or revenue parking systems between the municipal surface lots that are at, of course, Municipal Hall, beaches, and then Campbell Street between 1st and 4th. As you can see here, we have a set of revenue estimates that include totals of over $1 million. And for 2022, a set of costs that total around $575,000, which would allow us to transfer funds to a reserve that has yet been created, which I'll touch on here shortly. And Ms. Atiana will be able to amplify with any questions that dive deeper than my financial knowledge. So what we have here is a healthy revenue generator, but it does have clear and significant expenses to maintain and manage. As we talked about at our last session, we proposed the establishment of a parking reserve fund that would have been sourced with funds from the pay parking system. And we are still trying to wrap up our 2021 end of year numbers and calculate what our surplus is at current health levels. And what we want to do is we want to make sure that we update our estimates, like I mentioned, to present council at the next budget meeting with a refined set of numbers. But it is also worth considering that we could use today's discussion to further a little bit gain guidance from council about how to come back to council with a set of recommendations for how we would set this reserve up. And we're always looking at our service areas and where we might be able to shave and save in order to reduce our program costs overall. So as far as the establishment of the reserve, we had a set of points here that we wanted to offer for council to consider. The first of which was that we would propose using a reserve fund to house these surplus funds, and we would like to present a few points for council to think or reflect on and maybe provide guidance to staff. So I've got a couple slides here, which I'll just read. So we want to make sure that we let council know that we have ongoing plans for future infrastructure supports that have yet been defined as far as the costs year on year, whether that was transportation and mobility infrastructure, which is closely related to the parking system, or other infrastructure needs, of course, at the city, which we're trying to define and quantify as part of the asset management process. We also identify that there are expenses that we currently pay to support the parking system and the adjacent infrastructure like washrooms and the operation and maintenance and cleaning of washrooms that are actually in the parking lots that we continue to pay for through taxation, and options for council to consider potentially paying those out of the parking surpluses, which would then offset the need to fund those through the tax system. We also have additional needs within the transportation space, which will require significant funds to improve. And those are often and most normally funded through a combination of taxation and potential grant funds. And I would note that finding grant funds for road surface upgrades and road rehabilitations is difficult. Finding grants in the past several years for multi-use pathway, pedestrian, and cycling infrastructure has been a little bit more readily available. So we do have a set of roads considerations coming up as part of my presentation, and I would note, of course, that some of those costs will be significant in the future, and any sources of revenue that could help that should be considered as part of the pay parking allocations that council will determine as part of the architecture of the reserve. So we would offer that we would consider some of these strategic priorities, infrastructure replacements of existing or potentially new infrastructure and programs, as council has discussed, potentially supporting funds that are yet to be identified to support recreation programs and recreation infrastructure. That's an important priority for our community. We would also just highlight, of course, that we have the potential to offset some taxation through this service area of pay parking. Obviously, with the final numbers coming forward in the next budget presentation, council will then be informed with the latest and greatest data with respect to revised and current estimates for pay parking earnings and costs for 2022, as well as the 2021 actuals, which we'll bring forward in our next presentation. And we will have to continue to make optimize the whole program so that we can understand what's the best mix of revenues and costs. So finally, my last slide on parking reserve considerations would suggest that we have an ongoing deficit, I would suggest, in our overall ability to fund our roads improvements projects with the reserves in the roads area that we currently have, which I think is an important consideration for staff to make to council that suggests that. And I think the CFO said in our last presentation that if we were looking at funding road improvement projects that exceeded about $1 million, we would quickly expand the resource or expend the resources and exhaust the resources that were in our current road reserve. And we would then be looking for important sources of funding to make sure that we could allocate or approve projects on a year-on-year basis. And I understand, of course, that I'm on the hook and council is still waiting for me to report back on the overall roads priorities as well as sidewalk priorities. Just in summary, of course, the offsetting taxation is currently an important consideration, which includes operations as well as solid waste and infrastructure that's attached to the parking system, and that we have unfunded or underfunded community legacy programs, which are important to the community. Council may consider assigning these a certain proportion or percentage of revenues to these different program areas as council sees fit, which would be sort of an architecture of what is the best way to mix or allocate pay parking revenues to future projects across these different areas. And we'll take any guidance today from council in order to inform a report that staff would bring back as with a set of considerations, which would include inputs or discussion points today from council. So with the mayor's permission, I think it might be good to kind of put a pin in this section and then before we go on to the rest of the Public Works Division, maybe stop and talk a little bit about pay parking so that staff are able to take note of some of the inputs or guidance in with respect to that reserve creation.
Excellent. How about maybe if you could stop sharing your screen, then I can see council and we can go around. I think there's probably going to be some comments around the table. I do have a couple, but I will open it up to council to begin. Okay. Oh, okay. Councillor Steer, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest if we were going to do a roundtable, or if there was just because I'm sure there will be a few discussions around what we might want to do with the pay parking reserve to give direction, and we might hear 7 different or however 5 different views. But I'll start if that's okay then.
How about Councillor Steer? Why don't we go in order since you brought it up? How about we do? I have a list here. Downtown core parking. You make want to comment on that. The reserve fund, generally make a comment on that, and then a specific comment on possible allocations of that reserve fund. How does that sound?
You just want to repeat that just so I can. It was the downtown core parking, and then the next one maybe commenting on.
the whether or not to establish reserve fund. Help me out here, Mr. Work. You've got a bunch of questions. I just want to make sure that council has them straight if we go around, and so you get a really good answer and a very good overview of council.
Thanks, Mayor Law. I think you hit it there. I think if staff could take any comments or guidance from council on how the establishment of the paid parking reserve might be created or architected. And then as well, if there is any guidance or direction that council wishes to give staff on the establishment of a downtown paid parking system, I'll take that. I'll take that as well.
Go ahead, Councillor Steer.
Most of my notes were on the related around how will they pay parking revenues, but maybe I'll start with the downtown core parking. I mean, it's one of the, and Mr. Works, you pointed out clearly the success of the beach implementation was through the incredible amount of community consultation and in essence the buy-in to the program. So I think that's going to be a critical component to this part of the next phase of pay parking. So in terms of my commenting on that, that would be the first and foremost that came to mind is that we clearly define the pay parking in the downtown core and have that great community engagement that was so successful, I believe, in the implementation of the beach pay parking system. And then in terms of the establishment of the reserve, that I'll leave, and I'm just looking at Director of Financial Services is probably to give us some guidance on the best structure of that. I wouldn't even know where to begin, but I do know that, you know, in terms of the allocation of those surplus funds, that there's going to be probably a much more lively debate. And I think you hit it on the head right at the very beginning in terms of strategic priorities and looking to council, because obviously with the type of revenue that we're expecting, there's going to be a lot of there's many pieces of a pie that we would all like to get a section of. And I think, though, going back to those strategic priorities, you know, we've talked about, I know we've had great direction from our Director of Financial Services in terms of our infrastructure needs, the long-term planning for that, and having making sure that we're well financially prepared for what we know is going to be coming into the future. So those types of infrastructure replacement and renewals, I think, would be a critical component of looking at where those could be. And obviously, from the perspective of what's generating the revenues, in this essence, pay parking, we want to ensure that that system is, that we're putting the money back into that system that we're collecting the revenues from to ensure that, that those systems operate in the way that Mr. Works, you've anticipated them to work. I'm always big on offsetting debt considerations, and I know a big one from the time of coming on to council is ways of looking at being able to fund what I consider part of the core services, and which is recreation. And there's always going to be many projects, and we've just heard from Mr. Rodgers around the potential establishment of an indoor recreation facility coming into the future, as well as other needs around recreation, not specifically facilities orientated. So I think going back to strategic priorities, looking at what we've done as a council recently on that, and I think some of the points that I've just brought up are ones that are reflected in our strategic priorities. So I'll stop there and allow the council to continue on. Next.
Thanks, Councillor Steer. I can open it up to other councillors. You don't have to talk a lot, but it'd be nice if you can just briefly let Mr. Work know where you stand. Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Yeah, just briefly, I think an overall principle for applying some of the parking revenue is its relationship to transport and to improving parking. So I think that's one guiding principle. What I'm hearing from the community, two fronts on that is, one is that they'd like to see some of that revenue go to recreation. And then the other thing I keep hearing, and this is long-standing, I don't know how much council support there is for it either, but the creation of new parking and potentially a larger parking lot somewhere that could sort of free up parking in the downtown core. So a park and ride, or a place where those offshore residents and users that want to leave a vehicle for a while in town could leave a car, for a week or two or even a few days without taking up downtown parking would be sort of a miracle to achieve in a way. But that's what I'm hearing from people about that. And then I think it's important to apply some of that parking revenue to the plan for the downtown and to workshop with the stakeholders of downtown parking to build a plan and to build support for that plan. I see a lot of problematic areas dealing with several businesses and their historic use of downtown parking, their fear of losing parking, and then all the uses off First Street Dock that need to be addressed with parking as well. So and even First Street Dock is part of the transportation thing. So I don't know if that's been thought of, but that's going to be a hard thing to fund the maintenance of that as well. And then finally, I guess the road replacement, maintenance, and upgrades is important, and I think it's important to sort of communicate that when the parking goes to support that thing, it lessens the tax burden or even frees up some of that tax burden for other uses. So, and then also just to improve and maximize the parking so that we're receiving the best revenue that we can off of the available public land that we're using for parking. Tried to be brief, that's it.
Excellent. Over to Councillor Chalmers.
I think I'm along the same lines as the other councillors. I think looking at downtown, I wouldn't want to rush into it. I think the engagement is really important, again, for the buy-in, as well as the communication of helping businesses understand the benefits of potentially increased turnover, but also better understanding for us is what the spillover would look like. So really what it would look like in the downtown with the neighboring roads if people are avoiding paid parking, sort of the ramifications there, along with Council Anderson was saying with offshore and all of that. So really a better understanding of what the program might look like before it could really buy in, but I definitely think it's a good direction to look at. And I agree, sort of the three parts to looking at where the revenue is going back into the system, roads and infrastructure as it sort of ties in, and then the recreation, something that I would support, and also, as the other councillors say, hear a lot from around town about as well. So I think it's a kind of a good balance. I think that was everything.
That's good. Perfect. Thank you. Councillor McMaster.
With respect to downtown parking, I think we need to move on it. I believe we've got to do some more dialogue, but I think people have been hearing about it for the past year or so, and I think the sooner we move on it, the better. It's going to be painful, but I think once something's put in place, then it will get massaged to suit everybody as time goes on, as we've seen with the beach parking. As for the revenue, I want to see it going towards roads and infrastructure. I really think the roads around the beaches need to be upgraded, and especially as beach parking was instituted first, I'd like to see some revenue go there first rather than downtown. And then we have a massive debt load with respect to the wastewater treatment plant, and likely the same sort of thing coming with water. So I'd like to see a significant portion of the money going towards infrastructure needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMaster. First question for me is downtown parking. I think it would be prudent, noting the lack of resources at the time, and I think the difficulty of implementing it well. I would like to see it pushed forward to another year. I'm happy with that direction. I agree with the majority of council. I think roads and infrastructure, and I do think that would, for me, would be focused on, as Councillor McMaster says, roads near the beach. Transportation, of course, improving the parking and upkeep of the parking infrastructure itself also, as you've noted, Mr. Work. And for me, recreation, I think I've heard loud and clear from the community. That's an area that I think is essential, highly needed, but there is a significant, what would I say, reserve from some portions of our community to pay for that type of amenity through taxation only. So I think this is a really good fit, and I think most of council would agree that is a big portion. And I would like to actually, noting the discussions about a recreation facility coming up, I think this would be a very, very good fit. And I think we'd hear a lot of support from not only within council, but also within the community as a whole. That's it for me. So you can, with that, Mr. Work, have you got everything you need to move on?
Thanks very much, Mayor and Council. I think that provides us with some really good inputs and points to take back and formulate into a committee of the whole report, so we can come back to council with some dedicated time and space to have this discussion with how the reserve could be set up and some recommendations that would reflect this commentary from today. I would also note that, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, we are finalizing our 2021 numbers and as well refining our estimates for 2022 earnings. And the next time that we come before council, we'll have an updated set of numbers and budgets that would be the most accurate and the best we've got, taking into consideration what's happened through January and December. I would just one highlight on the parking budgets is that there is an important economy of scale to consider, where Robbins has indicated that they're able to achieve enforcement of the downtown within the current cost structure of the contract, which means that the net additional enforcement costs are quite low to add the downtown pay parking system. So it's an important consideration to be sort of weighed against and balanced with some of the comments I made before about resource shortfalls, and then some of the comments that council made about don't rush it, do it right, and engage properly and that kind of thing. But it is an important consideration. So on that note, I think I'll jump in to my slide deck again, and then we can carry on with the rest of my slides. So if you just bear with me, I'll get going on here again. So Director Etienne and myself we'll take all of this information inputs back that we just gained here from council today, and we'll turn that into a report to talk exclusively about the reserve and some recommendations that are shaped by today's discussion. Okay, so moving on to Public Works. We have some highlights here to offer, which is we do have some increases in service areas that reflect the additional costs in materials, operations, and maintenance that are due most significantly to forced growth areas, which is solid waste and operations that are required to service the busyness of town, as well as the increasing costs of some supplies and materials and service provision from different maintenance or different consultants or service providers that we rely on to support our own routines. We have added costs here to improve and continue increasing our profile of asset management programming. And we also have some assets that require a bit more maintenance that are reflected in this part of the budget, as well as we would see the same in water and sewer. So the Public Works budget is broken down on the slide here, which includes the main sort of segments or structures, which are the administration, Public Works yard itself, running the facility here, the vehicle charges that are allocated to different service areas, as well as transfers from reserves to support things like fleet purchases, and the facility and structures that we would maintain from this part of the business units, which includes transportation assets, solid waste, washrooms, and different service areas. The staffing always represents one of the most significant budget allocations outside of capital dollars, and we continue to see some allocations this year that would support what these different areas need. And I'll talk through all of these in different project sheets that are associated with these costs and these, and in the public works area, of course, revenues is really shaped out as transfers into the business unit rather than any mostly fees for service and stuff like that, which are associated with rate paying services like water and sewer. So we've downscoped a little bit in some areas, but we do have a new GL that includes the allocation of monies to support the zero waste bins across the district. We have our wild safe bins, which require maintenance, new parts, new lids, new doors, and in some cases, new bins, bigger bins, or different configurations of bins. So this is a fairly low level funding line just to make sure we stay on top of those maintenance, operations, and replacement needs, and that's it. When one of those double bear bins costs, around $6,000, $15,000 across the whole system basically gets what we would say is the minimum of funds to support the operation and the sort of configuration and aesthetics of those systems. The bins themselves are supported by a couple of other funding lines, whether that's the artwork from April's group, or if it in some cases we've been able to improve bins that are discreetly at beach locations as part of the beach pay parking improvement program. Sidewalks, we also created a project sheet here that was a standing project sheet to start to identify how we were going to recommend allocating funds in support of key sidewalk projects. Right now, I have to come back to council with a list of the key priorities in the sidewalk areas, which were condition assessed and reported to me in December of 2021. And we're just fine tuning the last bits of analysis so that we're in a position to bring that back to council. So what we've done here is we've earmarked some funds for 2022 that would be allocated to priorities for either gapped missing sidewalk projects or upkeep of poor condition sidewalks. And we prioritize these based on the level of service that sidewalk would be assessed as. So for instance, a highly utilized sidewalk in front of the school would score at a higher priority than a low used sidewalk with lower volumes and potentially less vulnerable, or less vulnerable users. We would prioritize at a lower score, and that scoring criteria for our priorities or the importance rankings are being done right now with consultant support. So I will be returning back to council either before or at the next budget meeting with a more fine-tuned list of priority recommendations to address both of those things over the long term, which is that gaps and closing those key gaps in our pedestrian network of sidewalks and flat infrastructure, as well as improvements to the existing infrastructure. We have also planned for starting with an engineering analysis and design work in 2022 for the replacement of our LED streetlight, which will deliver a significant increase in performance and reliability of streetlights, and it'll reduce the energy costs of our whole street lighting system by around 55%. So these types of programs have a simple payback period, which is measured in just a few years, but we want to make sure that we get it right. I do need to come back to council with a dedicated report on streetlights to confirm and get direction from council on a couple of different things. One is, what's the overall streetlight strategy for the district when it comes to providing light to improve user safety while still supporting the principles of the dark sky policies, but increasing safety where right now it's somewhat compromised by a very dark street that has no lighting whatsoever. So I think I'm going to have to come back to council with some considerations about how do we balance that absence of safe lighting with the keeping that look feel of a rural community that obviously wants to protect these wildlife requirements at the nighttime. So I think there's some strategy and some direction from council will be great, not just when it comes to replacing the existing set of streetlights that we have or that we share, that Hydro owns and maintains, but also when it comes to new streets and new complete streets like Lynn and Chesterman Road designs and some of these other projects, how should we go about it at the staff level? And what considerations should we use to inform our designs when it comes to lighting in general? So the second part that I'll need council's direction is on the temperature of the lights. Council may have engaged on these discussions already, but the temperature or the blue kind of component of the light versus the red component of the light is called temperature. So if you're in a laboratory, you often have very blue or very, very stark white light. And where you look right now at the high pressure sodium lights that are currently in the district, they're quite orange or red. And they look a little bit almost like a candle sort of color. We have to make these decisions as we go through with our design, not just on color, but on power and wattage. But it's important because it does change the aesthetic of some of these lit streets. And it improves safety, and it improves the level of illumination on a square meter of pavement, of course, below, which is intended to do, but we want to make sure that we get that right. It's very conventional for communities to adopt a 3000 Kelvin temperature for streetlights, which is a little bit bluer than the current high pressure sodiums, which are somewhere around 25 to 2700 Kelvin. That's a lot of information probably, but what I'm getting at is that it will be an important decision so that we can go through and both work with Hydro for their replacement projects as well as our own. So at the question and answer period, if council wants to engage on that a bit more, there'll be time at the end of this public works section. The asset management program, I can share some highlights of what's happened in 2021 toward the end of this question period as well. But essentially what we've got here is a set of condition assessments and a set of plans that are laid out over time, which I'll show on a slide, which allow us to get on top of our asset classes and make sure that we have the right understanding of what's in the field and what needs to be replaced at what time. There's a lot more to it than just that, but we have allocations set aside for these types of programs. We are a little bit delayed on last year, and I would suggest that a common theme in the pace of some of these types of projects has been the absence of the engineering manager and some key staff positions that we have been unable to fill, and will be continually challenged at the wastewater treatment plant project without having adequate resources. So we will have to be very careful when it comes to these types of programs and make sure that they're resourced in order to push them forward, because they're very important for us to define the future needs, both financially and from an asset perspective of the community across every class, of course. The way that it's been broken down is a very heavy set of initiatives in different areas, which are highlighted here on the left-hand column of this table, and as allocating funding from the C&I levy to support these different condition assessments or studies that are required across different asset class groups. You would be quite well versed in some of the challenges we've had with inflow and infiltration into our sewer systems, which we all demonstrated during the flooding events of late November, that can overwhelm our sanitary sewer systems and potentially risk us back flooding sewer into private property. So these types of studies and analyses are very important for us to protect public infrastructure, but also to protect private or commercial infrastructure. So delaying some of these studies would be unsavory in a lot of areas where the risks are highest. Of course, we're moving forward on the water master plan, and I'll have a bit more discussion on that and able to answer questions in the water presentation, which is coming up. But we basically have been pushing forward quite hard in some of these areas, having completed condition assessments in facilities across all these groups and more in 2021 in a way that is giving us a better understanding of where our replacements need to be, and we'll start to inform strategy holistically, because we will start to see various things need to be replaced around the same time, and the best value for money will be to really think holistically across the different classes as well as across the different zones in town. So lots of things happening in here, and it's not moving as fast as anyone would hope, really constrained by resources, and as council has heard recently, in service review discussions, that dedicated resourcing to get this to a normalized state and to get over the hump is going to be very important for the District of Tofino in the next year or two. We are progressing with our climate action planning portfolio, having started and nearing the final stages of our adaptation or climate resilience part of the program, which we front-end loaded for 2021, and it's still underway. And the plan for 2022 was to shift to mitigation types of strategy development so that we can reduce our carbon footprint and our emissions here locally which of course everyone understands is required globally so that we can reduce the burden of adaptation that we all face. Nothing more starkly demonstrated across BC and the world in 2021 than is our need to prepare for the changing climate and our need to build resiliency. So we had front-end loaded that climate adaptation piece, and we'll be having a series of workshops at the staff level here coming up, which I have to schedule this week, so that we can nail down that climate adaptation set of objectives and strategic threads that we can then bring back to council in a presentation that's dedicated to that subject matter. Zero waste programming. We've had a project sheet in here for a little while, and we've sort of pushed this around and reduced the scope a little bit. But what I've recommended here is a reduced set of tasks for 2022 that include a waste audits in the summer of 2022, so that we really understand how and what the Tofino district is generating as far as waste that's going to the West Coast landfill or otherwise. We do have some policy engagement to make sure that we've got good plans moving forward and that we're ready to change our bylaws to support the ACRD's programs in composting and some of the changes to then introducing that new service in 2023. So and then we have some money earmarked for 2023 that would include having public compost collection and management that would go to that new service area that would be at the West Coast landfill that's underway with the ACRD now. So some of this is a little bit woolly on the horizon, which is the 2023 projects, and making sure that they're well integrated with the ACRD's programs. But the intention is to make sure that those are very complementary programs that are making sure that we divert all of that green waste away from landfill, make sure that it's not generating any greenhouse gases, and to make sure it's resource recovered so that it can become soil that we can use here and around the West Coast. EV chargers, staff have come forward with a recommendation to move electric vehicle chargers forward on a metronomic sort of annual basis at a $25,000 per year for the next several years. That would be subject to BC Hydra upgrades, which are planned now to be complete sort of towards the end of 2022, early 2023, in certain areas where the amperage is available or may not be available until those upgrades take place. And we're also seeking additional grant funding for opportunities to support maybe those more costly endeavors of DC fast charges and that kind of thing, which would exceed that $25,000 a year budget. So when we do come back with our parking revenue allocations, we'll have to include this one, as it's already a set of recommendations at the staff level as part of the budget, where we would allocate some parking revenues to support this type of parking charging. We're a little bit behind on our planned 2021 cyclist and pedestrian safety upgrades, which you've seen in and around the TRM frontage as a temporary treatment that was in advance of the design work that's currently underway, being led by Ms. Vermont. We do have more of the concrete dividers, which provide that kind of burly physical separation between pedestrians and cyclists and the moving traffic. And we're just working through a few design approvals with MOTI so that we can keep allocating that same treatment that you see in front of Long Beach Surf Shop and TRM frontage up to Olsen. And we can then basically cookie cutter that same type of treatment north to the 4th Street intersection and in a way that the dimensions are all sorted out, and it also is to the south back towards Uwood. So we do have quite a few of those left, but we still are asking for a certain kind of a yearly budget to continue doing that, so that the MUP, in the instances where the MUP is not separated physically by a ditch or by wide boulevard or any other vegetation, that it has this physical separation and this concrete divider in its place to make sure that it provides that additional level of protection to the vulnerable user on the MUP. New since I got here as well was the addition of a culvert and drainage replacement budget, which will be operationalized. And this suggests $40,000 per year for identified improvements. We had to do some emergency flood mitigation operations during our floods that we experienced in late November. And it wouldn't be uncommon to see one culvert replacement that would be required, we have to hold hydro poles and get in the ground, and we find things in the ground that we don't necessarily know are there or never intended to be there. It's not uncommon to see a single culvert that's a significant one cost over $20,000. So this $40,000 budget, just for expectation, would give 2 of those major ones or several of the smaller ones. And we had both majors and small ones to ameliorate during that flooding event or the flooding events in the fall. And we're right now completing some of the major flood upgrades and culvert upgrades like 3rd and Gibson's, and right now 4th across from the ball fields, which is part of funding that's in this business unit of drainage. We executed on a sort of late year fleet replacement. I think last time I sat in front of council, I said we were underway replacing our fleet, but it was happening quite late in the year. We suffered at the beginning of the year through a real low inventory on used vehicles, which was the intent of our 2021 replacement plan. And we sort of got back on the hop in the fall program, got lucky with a few very well-priced vehicles in the used market. And also got quite lucky with our trade-in values on some of our older vehicles that were becoming costly burdens as far as upkeep, operations, and maintenance. A couple of philosophical shifts, of course, would be the switch to a used market, as well as a shift away from some of the heavy-duty diesel applications where we can get away with light to medium-duty gasoline. The reason that that's important for us is it reduces the liabilities financially on the district because, as you know, diesel engines, especially the large medium duty or heavy duty ones, like to be run hot and like to stay at 85% or so of load for a long time so that they're healthy and reduce their carbon accumulations and buildup within the engine. What we saw on some of our diesels that were sort of driving around the 7-kilometer miracle here, they weren't getting hot and they weren't getting run to, like, they're sort of built to drive between Calgary and Red Deer, and they just aren't getting that service life here in Tofino. So having a little bit less efficient from a fuel efficiency perspective, but much less issues with respect to maintenance and reliability impact. So we're switching a little bit to the gasoline variants for any of those applications that we can. And we saved about $10,000 to $15,000 per vehicle by going to the used marketplace. And we downsized or right-sized some of those vehicles, and we were able to get about $50,000 in trade-in value. So with about $50,000 in reduced costs with respect to buying used and $50,000 in trade-in, we probably came out with some significant savings that we're able to stretch our dollars when it comes to the next year's replacements. The slide in front of council here shows that our number 8 garbage truck, which has already died a death and is looking very, very scabby indeed. We need a new vehicle to replace that, and it also needs a bit of equipment upgrades as far as canopies and lift gates, essentially, which is that's why it's a little bit more costly. We would still look to a 2-year-old vehicle for that replacement. We have a very old skid steer or bobcat that I think we bought it used originally. And it's becoming a very significant maintenance hog, and we've lost its services to maintenance several times through the year. And it's an extremely important piece of gear for us to work in tight places, both for parks and public works. So that's slated there for replacement, as well as an upgrade to an electric mower unit that would be a bigger benefit on the older tractor mower that we have, which supports the Parks Department. Some trailer refurbishments from some of our trailers that are in good nick but need to be upkept, and then an electric vehicle hatchback that would be a pool car shared between planning, building inspectors, as well as bylaw license inspecting. So over at the EOC Fire Hall, this pool vehicle would be made available. And right now I'm working with Aaron to see if we can find a fit for purpose electric vehicle or small vehicle that would be very useful for them to use as a pool vehicle. So those are the fleet replacements that are planned for 2022, having achieved a sort of significant reboot in some of our key areas last year. Road design. So as I mentioned earlier, I owe council a set of highlights and takeaways as far as where our roads need to be prioritized and why we would prioritize one road over another. As council is completely aware of which roads are gravel in our community and which roads are hurting for asphalt condition, we have clear requirements to upgrade and improve our net, Mckenzie, Sharp, certain sections of Campbell Street, 4th Street, and Lynn Road and Chesterman Beach Road. And all of those have different trouble spots that are worse than other spots, but we're quantifying all of that right now in support by some transportation consultants, and we're working on that overall importance or priority ranking system. And just for council's awareness, to plant the seed, is our ranking system the level of service will take into consideration not just how much traffic those roads carry, but how many businesses they serve, how many residents they serve, how many pedestrians they serve, how many cyclists they serve, how many tourists they serve, all in order to sort of amalgamate all of that into a single number so that we can say that this is the most important road for us to invest in because of these good reasons. So we're working on sort of tweaking a little bit of best practice with respect to transportation priorities and including the tourism and some of these other factors so that we make sure that we have a good set of recommendations for council that we'll bring forward in the next several weeks. I think we, as council knows, that last year we approved the design of a lot of these roads. So we're just about to move towards the conclusion of the RFP process for the Lynn and Chesterman Beach Road design. And we have Gibson design is underway, and Arnett, Sharp, Third, and Neil, which are all the sort of a package of smaller scoped design projects, will be let here shortly so that we can make sure that those move forward and those designs are ready so that when we do define what the priorities are, we have designs that are on the shelf ready to go and we can move forward. Obviously, Mckenzie Beach Road has been designed last year and is ready to be built when we determine its priority overall. And we have funding identified. Okay, so I'm gonna have a drink of water because I'm talking like I always do as an auctioneer, trying to get through a lot of material here, but that's the first of the three main sort of focus areas for the budget. Of course, we kind of jumped on parking as part of that first set, but I've got water and sewer to go after this. I'll stop sharing and I'll put us in a position where we can ask and answer some questions, and then I'll move into water sewer. Thank you.
Super. Thank you, Mr. Work. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. I know you asked council for feedback on several of these items, I think, but maybe I'll just noting the time and what's left to go. What feedback do you want from council on lighting at this time?
I think if council feels that there's a more rich discussion that's required with respect to the lighting strategy for the district, I feel like that's probably the most tangly of all of the discussions, that we would separate space outside of the financial planning process for that discussion. If council has kind of clinical and discrete opinions on temperature that all council shares right now, that'd be actually great for me to know, because I could work with Hydra on some of those decision points. But now, if there isn't consensus off the hop today, then I think the best thing to do, I'd recommend that I come back with a bit more of a fit for purpose discussion and a committee report on lighting overall. Does that help? Sure.
Well, why don't I just ask council just on that one question, because we could go off for a while on that. Does council want to talk a little bit more about this at another time, or do you just want to? Councillor Steer, Councillor McMaster, this is just a question on here.
Yeah, I would support coming back as Mr. Works spoke about a fit for purpose conversation. There's a lot of detail and there was a lot of information in general. So I would support coming back with a more fit for purpose discussion around that so we could have a little more thought process around it before making an off the cuff discussion.
Okay. Councillor McMaster, you had your hand up. You agree or?
Yeah, I agree. I'd like to discuss it more at a later date. I've noticed in other communities, they're going with 3,000K on main thoroughfares and dropping it down to 2,500 in neighbourhoods. But I have no idea how that influences wildlife and if there's a limit for wildlife and things like that, an optimum. So I'd like to have some feedback on that.
I'd like some more comment on this. Oh, Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, I agree. I'm feeling that blue light might be the most disruptive to like sleep and to wildlife, but that's what I'd like to hear more on. And also just around safety, I think there's some places where safety could really be improved at intersections and high traffic areas. We have a lot of bicyclists that ride with no lights at night, and street lights might be best applied in some of those high traffic areas where they intersect with the bicycle traffic.
Great. I'm a very strong proponent of a dark sky policy, so I would like to discuss this at a later time. I think we can all get some good information into that. Okay, moving on from there, I'm going to open it up to council. I do have some questions and comments. but I'm going to open it up to council. Councillor Steer.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Law. Just the general comment. Through the presentation, Mr. Works, it became clear that, and throughout many of the conversations, that we're often constrained, in your words, by resourcing. And I noticed on, I think there's a consensus within council about the strong support for the asset management program. And within that, those line items that were presented in the 22 part, there was quite a number. And my question and then comment would be, do you feel that with what has been lined up in that 2022 component, that you are resourced, or are you suffering from those constraints to be able to deliver on those particular projects? And then it's become clear once again the importance of the direction we've been given by our Director of Finance around the C&I levy, because I'm looking at some of the projects that have been outlined. And many of those, including fleet replacement, for example, and we know the aging infrastructure, it's all tied into one, the importance of supporting that long-term planning around the C&I levies. And then just a side question around the culvert and drainage. I know on 4th Street up by the ballpark in the school, it was quite significant, and I don't know if this is the appropriate place to, I noticed that $40,000 per year component, was that going to be a part of, for that particular project, was that $40,000 for 2022 to finish off? Or was that completed in 2021? And I'll stop there.
Thanks, Councillor Steer. I'll go with the easy ones first. So the culvert, that sort of $40,000 a year, was meant to be a bit of a baseline budget to improve and make improvements across the whole drainage system. Whereas we would come back with specific projects and more capital focused project sheets that would apply to the more outlier or the more comprehensive improvements, as is the 4th Street project currently. So the 4th Street project was budgeted for $75,000 to be as part of a 2021 project. It was supposed to start in late 2021. It got pushed a little bit due to weather and emergencies. It's underway now. That's a $75,000 project that is separate from that $40,000. So the $40,000 is kind of to give us, like I said, that baseline where we can respond to old CSP culverts or corrugated metal pipe culverts that have broken down, collapsed, the bottoms out of them. They're not providing the drainage. We can parachute in there and get them done, because we know that there's a series of those that are really impacting our overall drainage system where that water is trying to get back to the ocean. The other project, or the other question about resources, hopefully I'll be able to synthesize and answer appropriately here, but the first question about the asset management portfolio and if we're able to progress that with current resources, I think the answer is no in that, and I'll caveat by say that a lot of these projects, as well as 2021, were built on the assumption that we would be successful in hiring the manager position and that we would get that horsepower and that sophistication. We weren't successful in that recruiting process, and we pivoted and tried a few different ways. So the 2022 project is still, again, contingent on getting some of those resources in-house to make that move forward. So there is risk there. Obviously, with another exempt manager within the department, I'll be able to move purposely forward on strategic and forward thinking and planning projects like the asset management program overall, and get myself out of the weeds on the operational day-to-day in order to make sure that I can focus on some of these most important long-standing, long-term projects. I would also suggest that resourcing the wastewater treatment plant project inside of the project management team is going to be really critical for our overall success. And the CAO and myself continue to plan with the CFO's input on how do we do that in the best possible way, the best value for money, so that we make sure that that project succeeds on a daily basis. And I can't overestimate the daily decision making and requirements for daily problem solving that a dedicated staff group is required. And it's very common for municipalities to short on some of these major capital projects because it's hard to see how much disruption is going to come and how much community liaison will have to happen, how much traffic management and problem and issues management will happen on a daily basis. These are difficult to forecast. So I think we have to get that right. We have to get that right moving forward. So I think a lot of the focus, and I hope to have kind of open and honest discussions with council over the next several months about how we may have to pivot depending on what resources we do or do not get, so that we understand that intention that we had for 2022, we may have to walk that back to 2023 because we didn't get the resource we wanted. I don't think that we'll have that luxury when it comes to the wastewater treatment plant. I think we have to maintain that level of primacy and focus on that project, and some other things may have to suffer. Right now, it's we've crafted this budget. Like I said, at the beginning of the presentation, we have not added much new. We are trying to finish our 2021 stuff, and we are trying to stay on top of our asset management planning. And we're trying to deliver this wastewater treatment project. That said, there's areas like roads and infrastructure that still need a lot of care and attention on a daily basis. And then someone decides to turn off the power, turn up the rain, turn up the drought, turn up the et cetera, and it really does make us all run around a little bit more and maybe not get as far as we would hope to get. So I think if I could ask for council's patience when it comes to discussions throughout the year, that may end up forcing me to recommend that we move some things into the 2023 calendar year because the resources just weren't successfully obtained.
Council? I do have a couple comments. Actually, the asset management and the asset management budget did. I was interested in that, so it's great to hear you talk about that, and I look forward to seeing some movement on that front, both in personnel and funding. Do have a comment about EV chargers. Just struck me that if the council is, or sorry, if the district is starting to invest and provide EV chargers, is that a revenue generating service? It is. Okay. And is that something that municipalities are taking over from private sector, as opposed to like this is the new gas station sort of thing? So is that something we are forecasting to be providers of vehicle energy now into the future? I think it's a great idea. Just wondered if there's a policy.
Thanks, Mayor Law. A couple of years ago, BC Hydro's rules about reselling power or reselling hydro changed to allow communities and municipalities and private commercial enterprises like malls. You'll see a lot of Tesla chargers at malls, that kind of thing, or EV chargers just writ large. So we do have the authority and it's very common now for municipalities to do that, and also to charge for both the juice and the parking spot. So what we'll do is we'll aim to have this as part of our parking system. You would pay for the real estate, and then you would pay to hook on to the power. So similar to what you would do if you had a parkade, you would pay to access the parkade and park in there, but you would also pay a premium for the electricity that you used, and potentially pay a premium for turning over quite high because those limited spots might be in high demand. So the rate structures have to be carefully set out, and these parking service providers like Robbins and different communities are learning things that we would be smart to sort of plug into. I guess that pun just happens by itself, but there you go. So we'll make sure that we set that up for success. It isn't really common to provide the electricity for free anymore. It used to be almost an incentive, like where you could have your free recharging. I lived in Vic West in Victoria, and the BMW dealership, I think, was the only dealership there. And they had for a little while, they had a very posh charger that people from the condominiums next door would park at every night. And then they had to kind of maneuver all their cars to make it so you couldn't get there unless it was business hours. And they quickly had to get on top of their credit card payment system so that they wouldn't get power stolen from them during the evening hours. But I think the days are gone now where that stuff is provided for free.
Great. I'm excited about that. I think it's a great thing for the district to take over, which brings me to my next question about vehicle replacements. I notice you've got a couple EVs here, and it's hard to go from asset management in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, et cetera, down to EVs, but it would seem to me to be a policy discussion is, if we can get a used gas pickup for 51,000, if we wait 6 months, we might be able to get a electric pickup brand new for not much more. And then we would be, of course, the sole provider, the provider of energy for that. So it just struck me, is that a discussion that, at maybe a higher level that we should discuss it, starting to move our vehicles all to EV and providing the power? I would be interested in having that at some kind of future date, but just thinking about the EVs, pickups, skid steer. I know they make a skid steer that's electric now as well. So
through yourself, I think I would definitely give you the comfort and the assurance that that is the direction we're moving. It's an exciting time right now, of course, when some of your mainstream automakers like Ford are starting to offer EV pickup, which I think will be a bit of a game changer for the North American marketplace. In the past, we haven't had options with respect to utility pickups that would be either affordable or fit for purpose for the duty cycles that we put them through on a daily basis. So when it comes to some of these new offerings coming online, whether that's what's coming out of some of the mainstream or even the new automakers, we want to make sure that we transition to those electric variants where it's smart to do from initial purchase price and operational, which means you have to have some charging infrastructure and stuff set up here at the public works yard or at the fire hall, that kind of thing. And with hydro restrictions, it's not always a trivial operational thing to fulfill. And we want to make sure that there's a local service provider, or at least a nearby service provider, that can help us maintain and upkeep on those things. It's difficult, the lawnmower kind of ride-on mower market started to get into this game about 3 years ago. And, there was one provider in Western Canada 3 years ago and if you had a problem, it had to go to this kind of bespoke boutique lawnmower guy in Alberta to try to get a part that you needed. So we have to make sure we don't put ourselves in a pickle here where we can't maintain these things if they are from some of the more boutique OEMs. But now I think we're going to see this kind of mainstream shift over like year on year, and it's going to be really beneficial for us so that we can continue to transition our fleet that way. So we have to have the charging infrastructure, we have to have a good service and support, and we have to have a good price point for purchase, and we have to make sure the vehicle works for us, and then we're good to go. So all of those, my sights are on all of those, and I am on the hook to provide a fleet master plan to council. That kind of stuff would be locked in the policy or the master planning documents that would be formalized through council approval.
Super, love it. There's no other questions, we can move on.
Okay. Thanks, Marilyn. I'll just go back to sharing my screen here as I do. And what I might do here is I might just skip down to a sort of support slide I prepared on asset management activities for 2021. And I think it's important that there was a couple of comments about asset management and how important it is. Of course, everyone agrees. I just wanted to give council some idea of some of the things that are going on in this space in my portfolio. So in 2021, we completed Municipal Hall and EOC Fire Hall condition assessments and a First Street Dock condition and risk assessment. We've resurrected dam inspections, which had been a long time since they've been done, and those are an annual requirement legislatively. We've done reservoir structural and condition inspections. We've continued the low flow analysis programs, farmed out consultant supports for historical reviews in the water space, and done diving operations and some of those things that have been done in the past. We've developed new operations and maintenance routines along the whole water system. The sewer, we've updated our lift station inspection procedures and maintenance. We've brought in more service providers to help us with electrical audits and checks to make sure that we improve safety for the workers, as well as functionality and performance of the system to reduce any impact to private infrastructure as well as public infrastructure. We've increased our flushing routines in the storm drainage, more outfall review, and we're doing inflow and infiltration assessments using consultants and contractors. We had consultants and contractors come in during the emergencies to help us with our flooding priorities and understanding where some of the infrastructure was failing. We've developed standard operating procedures in the areas of both severe weather and emergency preparedness for power failures, which actually damage a lot of our sensitive electronic equipment across sewer and water, as well as our flooding. We continue to build the frameworks for the asset management program and our GIS information that's in our system of record on geospatial system. And we have done the latest assessments at stump dump for end of life environmental monitoring, as well as future use. We continue to redo our operations and maintenance routines across different areas, including fleet and water treatment, et cetera. And then our emergency response planning, which is kind of a bit of a repeat there, excuse me. But all that slide, I just made that slide just before we got on today, because I felt that we hadn't really ever talked about all the different activities that are going on in this space. And I think that the tendency is to think of asset management, the natural tendency is to think of asset management almost as a standalone set of tasks, plans, and objectives, whereas it's completely integrated with everything that we do. Asset management but it has to be formalized better. And that's what we're missing here in the district. And I think Nyla has been a champion of this for a long time, is in making sure that we actually stop and we get down to business with respect to formalizing these programs and making sure that we have the tools and templates to do this better. So I think the good news is that we're making progress in really important areas. The not so good news is that we of course have big gaps to fill still. And that's where our focus has to be on the next couple of years, where we try to, like I said before, get over the hump with respect to architecting plans and tools and templates, so that the managers that are in the service areas can deliver on their services in a way that has a very smart plan in place for the future, to win the future, but also so that the financial and administrative parts of asset management and the council's part of decision making, all that, are supported with very robust and strong documentation and finance data and supporting information that nurtures good decision making. So I think lots of work to happen here, but I just wanted to give council at least a bit of a snapshot that there is some stuff going on here that would suggest that we're moving the yardsticks, albeit never fast enough. Okay, water. As I said before, water and sewer and public works are both seeing areas of pressures about forced growth. We make more water, we treat more water, we put more chemicals in water now and we pump more water around than we have before. And that requires more maintenance, more materials, more supplies. We also have critical repairs and maintenance that we've had to overcome. Every single year, these plants and these systems get a little bit older. And we also are planning and doing the studies and the analysis in order to get ready for the future. Our water is funded, of course, from user fees and rate fees. And we have a healthy system which working with finance to really start to add more and more detail in the future plans, so that we understand where the big expenditures are going to come when we have to replace, renew, and upgrade a lot of these facilities. The operating is again dominated by staff dollars and capital projects, and the transfers to reserves happen in support of the revenues that we enjoy. The district water master plan is obviously near and dear to council's heart, and something that council wishes to see much more about very soon. I've been slow in the delivery of a report to council in this area, partly due to staff resources and my slowness in my area, as well as some of the lack of pace and performance that we were hoping for out of the consultant engineers, which are subject to COVID and upheavals in their staff groups, just like we are, and have in some cases good excuses for some of those delays. So we're moving forward with this. We have the funds allocated from 2021 that in many cases will carry forward. We have done quite a bit some of which I mentioned before, and I can basically answer some questions if council wants to dig in on this, but we are making progress here. Aaron wants information in this to support development decisions and has been waiting for it patiently in the background, and I need to deliver for him so that he can have that information in his hands as he makes decisions and negotiates with developers. Nyla and her team need this for making strong financial preparatory decisions and making sure that we have the right rates in place, which we're working on as well. And I need to have the plans and the priorities in place so that we can actually figure out what we're going to build, what we're going to maintain, and how we're going to do it all. So lots of, this is probably outside of the wastewater treatment project. I'd say this is the most acute, most important set of projects and planning tools that we need to execute within the next year so that we can make critically informed decisions within the next 1 to 2 years. On the water side, we also have the ongoing upgrades to Bay Street's UV treatment upgrades. UV treatment upgrades, I'm recommending we delay a year. We have seen every single capital project come in above estimated budgets that were current estimated budgets. And we also are just finishing off the design work for this plan. It's not totally complete yet. There's a few little gaps to fill with respect to environmental and control system and electrical design. Once we're ready to go, we've estimated that the project is going to cost $1.75 million to complete. And trying to pull this off at the same time, we're trying to put a wastewater treatment plant in the ground, I don't think is realistic for us. So I'll be working with the Island Health folks to make sure that we have some good plans in place to get back on track with this starting in 2023 as per this budget recommendation. We are progressing through the plan designs for the Neil Street and 4th Street water mains, and we have on for 2022 Arnett and Tonquin, which we want to have those designs done in this year so that we're ready to put anything in the ground that's going to be ripped up for the wastewater treatment plant project, so we don't miss that opportunity to get things in the ground once, and we don't have any sunk costs there. So we'll move forward on these priority water design projects, some of which are supported by street design projects, which have to happen so that when we get ready to build everything, we know what we're going to design once we finish the in-ground work. We know what we're going to design at the surface. And we have that in conjunction with what, on Neil Street especially, that has to be well coordinated with Parks, make sure that any upgrades to that facility are reflected in the street design. I've put in some money last year and this year to upgrade our telemetry from Mears Island and some of our sensors that are in our water system. We need weather sensors on Mears Island and understand exactly how much rain is falling over there and how that relates to source water. We need pressures and flow monitoring at Mears Island to make sure that we understand basically our reservoir status, as well as any problems that might be occurring, because it's a remote location that we can't just look at anytime we want, whether there's been a tree strike on a pipe or we've lost something or we have some compromised flows in any areas. So we need to make sure that we have good sensors in place that we can see in our systems at our computers here at on the peninsula, and we can make informed decisions and protect that watershed and that watershed performance. So that's what this money's for. Number One Creek repairs. The mayor will remember me taking him to Number One Creek and seeing a bunch of blue PVC pipe snaking around on a forest floor. That set of interventions was made in response to a drought and water shortage years ago, and does need to be protected and reinforced so that it both survives different severe weather events throughout the year, but also doesn't fall susceptible to poor operations and maintenance, because it was a bit of a temporary installation overall. We have to make sure that it's fortified and protected, befitting of our standards here as we move forward with our water planning. These are out-year projects. This one currently planned for 2023. We do know that osmosis requires some improvements going forward, as it's now over 10 years old. We are proposing right now that we go for a backup power generator at osmosis, and that we also extend the life of the treatment plant thereafter. I'm hoping that with some more analysis, we won't need to do backup power. And the reason I hope that is because for the most part, we lose power more frequently in the wintertime due to storm events, which is where our water demand is lowest. And because our water demand is low or sufficiently low currently, and I want to project this out to the future, that we are still able to sort or to provide water services through the interzonal connection that allows Bay Street to pump water across the system. And we have the head pressure from our reservoirs to allow for those sort of temporary water services to all the different connections across the system. So we may be able to shave on this 2023 requirement, but I just wanted to put it in there in case that was one of the only areas that we didn't have a backup power. But with the new Bay Street design, it includes a backup power generator there as well. So I'm hoping that we can get away with just one, but it will depend on how we grow and what year and how the systems are configured overall. So I'm hoping to get away with about a $400,000 savings there. Close Creek has its own metal tank, which is basically at the end of life, and will need some at least repairs to keep it or extend the life of that system before a tank has to be replaced. Nominally, tanks are going to be between $1 and $2 million with the current price tag. So if we can extend the life of this with a couple $100,000 and buy ourselves some time, that'll be an improvement over a direct replacement cost. We're also planning for a little bit longer in the time horizon to move towards a wireless water meters system, which would allow for real-time water metering, leak detection, and user information, so that a user could see their daily water usage rather than their quarterly water usage, which for us has additional benefit of conservation in our water systems, especially during summer peak scarcity of water. So the reason I put this in here is because it's a bit more important to us than it is from rather than just a leak detection perspective. It has that additional benefit of the drought management, conservation management. Bay Street will require another set of future improvements, potentially even as close to 4 years from now, which will be an added filtration capability. So we should have 2 forms of treatment and 2 forms of filtration because we take source water, one form of filtration. It's not currently filtered like our osmosis water goes through membrane filters before it gets treated. To meet the legislative requirement, we can do that. We need to do that. If we were to possibly get an exemption for this legislative requirement, we have to prove it over several years of monitoring. So so right now I think we plan for having to do it, and in the intervening years we make a case for not doing it, or it looks like it might be part of a larger upgrade several years after this. But we have it in here for prudent planning at this stage. Okay, that's water. One more to go. I'll stop sharing, and then the last one will be sewer, and it'll end on wastewater. So I'll stop sharing there. Questions and comments from council?
I'm going to open it up to council. Councillor Steer.
You're probably shocked by that, but thank you, Fraser. That's a couple comments and then one question. The first one is and I was just a little confused on the UV upgrades at Bay Street and the legislative requirements. I thought they were one and the same, and I'm noting that there were two separate categories for that. Maybe I'm missing something, but could you maybe explain that a little more in detail for me, please? And then I'll have a follow-up.
Sure. So there are 2 legislated requirements that we're not currently meeting. One is to have a second form of treatment. So right now we have chlorine treatment within our Bay Street facility. The second form of treatment would be UV disinfection. So UV lights kill the bugs, and that's the second form of treatment. We're supposed to do that's a priority for Island Health and for all water stewards or water system operators and owners. The second legislative requirement is that we have a primary filtration of our source water. And when we have, there's some subtle differences, as I understand it, in the requirements if you have source water versus groundwater, and how your water, what the quality or the nature of your source is. So Island Health and I were in discussions as early as maybe my second month here about how far they would entertain us not getting onto that filtration requirement, which is the second of our legislative requirements. And if we weren't going to invest in this complicated filtration system, how could we go about asking for a pass or a derogation from that particular requirement, which would be this sort of like very robust monitoring system on water quality that's coming into our system, and then you would make a case that you don't need it. So is sort of the nuts and bolts of that. The reason they're separated on the slides is because the Bay Street was a project as a standalone project before I got here. It had lived in its own project sheet, and I introduced this second project sheet of that filtration requirement. So it confuses everybody, including the provincial funders. But what we see is that the Bay Street facility needs these kind of planned and programmed upgrades for us to get back within our legislated terms. And we also have to look very carefully at Bay Street when the rest of the facility is kind of like at end of life, and where's it going to live? Because you don't want to put it down by the waterfront anymore. You probably want to put it up on a nice secure piece of bedrock up the hill somewhere. So a lot of it's sort of like an incremental set of improvements over several years at Bay Street, and these are just the most recent of those.
Great, thank you. My battery's just about dead, so I have to plug in. But so thank you. Yeah, it's beyond end of life if you ask me, but that's another point. And just a couple of things that have come up, with the remote source that we have over on Mears Island, the Tonga eruption and the subsequent disruption of the water line in Ucluelet once again brings up the issue of our water source and the issues that we potentially could see catastrophic disruptions in the delivery of our water. And that was just highlighted to me again. And the interesting thing about the wireless water meter installation just at 4th Street, I know at 4th Street dock, we were just in conversation a day or two ago around a leakage issue that as you say, we only find out on those quarterly, but we certainly know that there were some major issues that were going on down there. And having that ability to that day-to-day internal monitoring not only will be effective in that the day-to-day sort of monitoring of where those losses might be. So I do think it's an important part of the overall equation involved in there. And then the last, I think that was it. I won't go into any more. So thank you. I better plug in. It's about to die here.
Thanks, Councillor Steer. Through the mayor, if I offer just a comment on those comments, the risks and hazards associated with tsunamis or seabed pipelines are well understood and need to be more formally risk mitigated with improved plans and improved emergency management plans for our water. And just to give council some assurance that during the summer months where water scarcity is a real issue, we actually do monthly water meter reads rather than quarterly water meter reads. We don't do our billing any more frequently, but we do the meter reads as an attempt to both understand how water is being used and also avoid those cases where water leaks could persist for longer. So in some cases, if we have several strange measurements, we may even increase if something weird is going on, and we do that with support from the administrative and the finance group. So just to let council know that we don't rely on just a quarterly set of readings for the summer months when scarcity is the most significant. We up our game for those periods just to make sure that we don't lose any water that we can capture.
I was losing a lot of your there, Trader.
Councillor Steer, I'm not sure if anybody else can hear you, but your mic is garbling you. Try it again. Councillor Steer. Councillor Steer?
Yeah, sorry. I think I'm having the problems from my end. Obviously, I'll do my technical wizardry here, see if I can rectify it.
Just to let you know, I don't think anybody could hear your question. Okay, I think I'll move along to council. Anybody else have a question for Mr. Work? No. I look forward to seeing those water reports when when the engineers finally get them here. Carry on, Mr. Work.
Thanks, Mayor Law. All right, I'll just maximize my screen here. So onto sewer. So sewer, we've seen increases to maintenance repair and in some cases, increased reliance on some contractors for different maintenance routines. We had to reinvigorate some maintenance routines with respect to sewer flushing of lift stations, washdowns of lift stations, and in order to do that, we need to bring in resources from either Port Alberni or even the east side of the island, and those come with some premium costs. We do share resources with Ucluelet or the parks when those resources are in town, and the service providers actually are great at letting us know when they're scheduled to come so we can save on travel and lodging monies when it comes to those services, which is great. Lots of collaboration and cooperation in that regard. We do have some increased engineering needs for various other faults or failures in the system, whether that's through the SCADA controls and monitoring, or in some cases through the design and configuration of the lift stations along Lynn and Chesterman, which are seemingly susceptible to failures and have large impacts if we do lose some parts of that system, which is a fairly heavy focus area for us developing future plans, is how do we increase the resilience of the system, especially in that zone. We have those asset management projects scheduled in the sewer system this year, and we also want to keep moving on our lift station, both our improvements to the valve configurations to improve worker safety, as well as some of our backup generator power so that we make sure that in power failures, those pumps keep running. Again, this is a business unit that is served by user ratepayers, and we enjoy that service configuration, of course. And we have an operating budget, which is again dominated by both staff dollars to operate and maintain the system, as well as the capital projects, which of course here encapsulate some wastewater treatment plant project numbers, and I'll talk about that at the last slide in this set. We continue to look at replacing our last generators. There was a delay on our 2021 orders, which have been made an up to a 52-week delay on delivery of some generators based on supply chain paces, which has been blamed on COVID. But we'll continue to look at replacing the last 2 generators that need to be replaced so that we have a set of good performance and low maintenance set of generators that are working on backup power, which are continually relied on, as council knows. As we've discussed in the asset management side of the business, we wanted to move forward on the infiltration study. And as I already mentioned during those emergency responses, you may have noted, or you may have been briefed that my department and supported by others was working really, really hard to prevent any of our sewer backing up into private property because it was being overwhelmed by stormwater. Stormwater this is not uncommon, but what we see here on the West Coast is that just the sheer volume of rain that falls means that any infiltration into our system has that much of a more of a severe impact. Now, as we go forward and we start treating wastewater, we would be foolish to not mitigate the amount coming into our system that is stormwater, because there's no reason for us to treat rain. The problem is as soon as it dilutes sewer, it all has to be treated. So it is in our best interest financially to maintain a downward sort of trend in our I&I. And it makes sense operationally and from a public safety and a public well-being to really get on top of this one so that we avert impacts or damage to both public and private infrastructure. The next set of projects, and I know you must be tired of me saying this, but so when I got here, the twinning of the force main was on the books as a project, and then the associated 2 lift stations on either end of that twinning, which is Lynn Road at the highway and the Maltby lift station down by Stump Dump, or down by Cox Bay Maltby. They're all planned as a set of upgrades that may allow us to have basically a double of the capacity to service any developments to the south, most nominally the developments in the First Nation communities in Essoeast to Tyastanis. Now, we've got confirmation that the timelines are uncertain. That there's not a very clear indication of when the services are required, and the designs have never been done. So what we found when we started to move towards the release of an RFP, as we drafted the RFP, we engaged with some of our engineering supports from consultants, and we started to have to go back and look at all of these projects as a whole and say, what is the priority set of interventions that are needed in the next 5 years on the sewage system outside of the wastewater treatment plant? And we're still wrestling with that question, and we're doing analysis right now, including reviewing and assessing everything that's been done to date in the district, where the capacity challenges are most acute, because we have capacity challenges on sewer and other parts of the system, and what unknowns, uncertainties, and changes have happened since the last sets of analysis that all inform us to make the best decisions possible when it comes to any increases of capacity at this part of the system, as well as if there are identifying any other higher priority items, like improvements to the lift stations along Lynn and Chesterman, for example, may actually be a more acute, higher priority set of projects that we should be planning for now. So these are supposed to be designed and then supposed to be scheduled for construction based on what happened with my predecessors. But we are taking, I think, a due diligent pause here to make sure that we understand exactly what are the most pressing, the most severe impacts, and what we must do, as we are, of course, committed to introducing the wastewater treatment plant and that whole level of treatment capability. So these are a bit caught up in limbo, or at least caught up in additional planning before we're able to execute. So I would just caution that I'm not sure exactly how this will go, but I will need to keep council briefed about what our recommendations are and why, and we will need to have a more sort of fulsome discussion about the way forward when it comes to sewer capacity upgrades along this section, as well as other required upgrades and overall priority of upgrades across the whole system as it happens in parallel or on the tail end of the wastewater treatment plant. And speaking of the wastewater treatment plant, so as council continues to wait, there seems to be a trend here about waiting for reports. As council waits for a report and an update, which we're planning for the next 2 weeks, to get back with council and have a dedicated session on the wastewater treatment plant, we've decided to introduce a new number into the public and into council with the 75 million, which is under review. As we progress through the sort of final sets of this preliminary and early design with both the North American contractors and WSP, our owner's engineer. And what we've done since we were last with council was worked on the preliminary designs, equipment and system designs, building configuration and designs, site designs, conveyance designs, pump station designs, in order to come up with the most up-to-date and accurate set of costs so that we were prepared to provide that new revised cost estimate and proposal for funding to our funders that are in higher levels of government, as well as come back to council and articulate and quantify for as required the set of costs that are needed to spend and to finalize the design before construction starts, as well as any other program costs that are needed to support the development of the contract and the execution of the construction start. So myself and the CAO will be back in front of you in a week or two to talk about this project and to break down these costs in order to maintain a progress for a 2022 construction start, which will be subject to council approving the new financial submission that we would then send to the province for their review and analysis. So everything is moving, the design machine is moving forward to complete all of the design work that's required in support of this new integrated fixed film activated sludge technology choice, which is a smaller footprint, still a robust system with lower operating costs. And we're still looking at, instead of a $62 million, which the old 2020 tender came back for the wastewater treatment plant itself, we're still looking at a high $40 million for the IFAS alternative, which is significant savings. Then we have a conveyance system, which is, you know, between $12 and $15 million to implement, which we've de-scoped a tiny bit. And we have the other program costs that are required to get us across the line, which includes a project management team, construction administrative types of functionalities, and owners, engineers, including commissioning and the development of the control system and that kind of thing, which has to be thought through carefully. So this project needs to come back to council very soon so that we can move forward with decisions and get council's endorsement on the way forward, and also be able to return to our work with council's guidance. And we need to get some things in the hands of our funders very soon so that we have so that the project is still overall viable, which is of course the intent. So I think this is my last slide. I stopped skipping my pages. It is my last slide. So I'll stop there and let council drive the discussion about any deep dives that they want to make on the sewer service area, and I'll stop chatting and respond to questions. Thank you.
Okay. Council, comments, questions, wastewater treatment and sewer. I don't see many questions. Any comments? 75 million seems to be inching back up. Councillor Anderson?
Yeah, I think we'd all wait for that dedicated session and to comment on the wastewater plant and the project. I was wondering, I guess a question I have in the not related to wastewater, the plant and that huge project, but about all the lift stations we have. Our system has a lot of lift stations. It's quite an expense to maintain them and to operate them every year. I'm just wondering if there's any way we can work towards a future to reduce the number, or have one larger one instead of three in some places. Or is there any hope that we can get away from those expenses that have been ongoing, and the generators that go with them?
Yeah, I think through the mayor, I would of course agree that there are serious questions as to the applicability of this current configuration for to meet our future needs, and that is a sort of bureaucratic way of saying I don't necessarily believe that this current design is fit for purpose for the future from an operations and maintenance perspective, a cost perspective, or a performance of the system perspective. So I'm not not a wastewater engineer, and I don't come from a career path that gives me the automatic insights to tell you exactly how I would have designed it if we did it from scratch. But I need to plug into that person and download that type of information as part of our overall asset management planning. So when I said earlier that I don't know if twinning of the force main and the 2 lift stations is the most important thing to consider for wastewater sanitary sewer upgrades, and we may have a bit more wiggle room as far as the development pressures that would require that capacity increase, means that I have to answer that question that Councillor Anderson just posed, as well as some other key questions first before we actually start to like recommend a set of very costly capital improvement projects in this area. So unfortunately, I don't have, well, what the new project priorities are, and show council the list. I don't subscribe to that current priority 3 projects, that they're the 2 lift stations and the twinning. And I have identified, and the CAO and I have been talking about our needs and our duty to go back and look at what are the highest and most important set of sanitary sewer improvements that are required, and does that include things like a total reconfiguration of the Lynn and Chesterman lift station infrastructure, and if so, what does that look like? How does it happen? How much does it cost? How much does it save us? How much does it cost us, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a burden to carry for a little while longer. I don't think anybody loves it. And I think we can make some real improvements in there, and I would hope to have a plan in the next couple of years to sort of present to council that we can work towards.
I just have a quick comment about the wastewater treatment plants. I think for me, it's an ultra priority. And, when we talk about the numbers associated with other projects to do with sewer, et cetera, although important, every week, every month that goes by, we don't have a wastewater treatment plant started is money down the drain. So, in a sense, not forgive the pun, but or is a further hurdle to the district. So I just want to say how important it is to me, and how much I would support all the effort into the wastewater treatment plant, getting that going, that's needed. So anyway, I just want to say that.
Can I make a comment, Mayor Law? Is that all right? I think it's important just to note that the project slide that I put in front of council for the wastewater treatment plant is the overall program costs consolidated in one single budget, not the construction costs that came through in a tender at an average of 83 million for construction only, but all program costs associated with the engineering, the management, the design, the contract, the legal, and the support costs. The 83 million isn't 83 million anymore either. And I know that it can be very easy to look at these big numbers and try to compare an apples to apples when they're not, and they're really apples to oranges. But I would just emphasize that $83 million average would have cost more than that, based on what we've seen as far as COVID realities, what we've seen as far as on the ground cost escalation over the last year. And albeit any delay costs us money for sure, we are still looking at saving millions of dollars overall, and that's the intent. And I can understand that as that number grows, it starts to shave into our potential, defending the course of action and all that stuff. So I would just wanted to emphasize that those are all important considerations as far as overall numbers.
Absolutely. No, it's great, that clarification. And I do understand that. I was just thinking, as time ticks on, then the number does grow, just with inflation and costs, et cetera, et cetera. So I appreciate your work on that. It's a huge portfolio. I quite appreciate all your work, Mr. Burke. Any other comments from council? I see none. Which means I think I've come to the end of my...
Mayor Law, I just have a couple slides to finish up the
great.
presentation.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So we are definitely nearing the end of the budget discussions for today, presentations anyhow. And I just wanted to follow up with what the next steps will be in this process, so we know where we will be heading from today. So as mentioned throughout the presentation, there's quite a bit of information that is required in order to balance the financial plan. In addition to some of the outstanding operating and capital costs that we are waiting to finalize, we will be receiving an up-to-date non-market change report in March, along with the revised assessment roll. And then that will allow us to prepare final property tax rates. We will need to get to the point of balancing the financial plan before that's possible. So we will be working towards that in anticipation of receiving the revised assessment roll. We are awaiting requisition amounts from the other agencies. Currently, only the library requisition has been confirmed as shown in the financial plan in your packages today. And completing the 2021 year end in order to finalize any reassignment of projects and funding sources from last year into this year, and the 2021 surplus, which will be essential for us balancing this year's financial plan for this year's budget. We will report on the public engagement sessions that we will hopefully receive some engagement through our Talk Tofino page and then through our virtual town hall scheduled for February 16th. And we will finalize our capital project costs, all the program requirements throughout the different service areas, and as I mentioned, balance the financial plan and finalize the tax rates and the tax increases proposed for this year. So after the virtual town hall, we will be scheduling a budget meeting in late February or early March, and that will be a focus on property taxation. So we will be working diligently to reconsider some of the projects in the current year, move some projects out, and finalize our numbers for all of our programs and projects so we can balance our plan and have a more focused discussion on property taxation, tax increases, and draft tax rates. The budget meeting, final budget meeting, should be about March or April of this year. That date is to be determined as well. And we hope to do some presentation to stakeholder groups in addition to the virtual town hall. However, those have not been scheduled at this time. We do hope that time allows us to do that prior to adoption of the financial plan. If that is not possible, then we would be doing informative sessions after adoption of the plan. The bylaws need to be adopted before May 15th of this year as per legislation. I'm not sure why that says 2020, that should say 2022, so my error there. So that concludes today's presentation, and I'll maybe just ask all of the managers and directors to pop back on the screen in case council has any last questions on any of the content presented today.
And I'll open that up to council. Any final comments or questions? Excellent work, everyone. It's great. I love the presentation. It's my comment. Anything else from you, Miss Etienne?
No, that concludes, I think, the presentation. Yeah.
All right. I believe then that we do have one more thing for council, except I've gone and misplaced my agenda. Just a moment. All right. That concludes our draft financial plan presentations, and we're going to move on now to a bylaw. Now we have the District of Tofino Municipal and Regional District Tax Levy Bylaw. And this is for adoption, and this is for the MRDT. Would somebody, any further comment without any comments from council? Would anybody like to move that recommendation? Does anybody have it? Councillor Chalmers, go ahead.
Sure, I'll move that the District of Tofino Municipal and Regional District Tax Levy Bylaw number 1312/2022 be adopted. And
seconded by Councillor Anderson. Any further comments? All in favor? None opposed. Motion is carried. Thank you. Do we have anybody signed up for question period? Miss Best. You are muted, I believe, or something, or you don't have your, there you go.
Thank you. I have 2 mute buttons. We only have 2 attendees at this meeting, and they are both staff. So I don't think staff have questions.
I noticed that, but there's thousands watching on YouTube.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, well then I'll move adjournment. Seconded by Councillor Chalmers. Thirded by McMaster. All in favor? None opposed. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. Great to see y'all.